Okay. All right, let's take a look. We'll hit record just in case. I don't know. Actually, not gonna. This VOD is gonna be available on my YouTube anyway. Okay, so here we go, boys. ZYBAK TV. Why you're a retard if you play AION2. Timestamps. Why we need to make fun of AION2 players. AION2 is trying to pick people into thinking the game isn't pay to win. Where AION2 is pay to win, Kuna, currency exchange, buying gold equals power, equalized PvP is a lie. I'm not taking AION2 seriously. I'll play for a month and quit. Quote, playing AION2 is unethical, makes you a bad person. You're just poor. I'm willing to spend a lot of money on MMORPGs. I need your help. Okay. So, like, out the gates, the first thing I'm going to say, the first thing I'm going to say out the gate is, if he's making this video to try and start a motion, to start a movement to get rid of pay to win in MMOs, if that is the intention here, then I think that's admirable. I do. And I would support a movement that is trying to get to that, but I wouldn't want to lead the movement. I'm not, I just want to play video games. If I like the game, I'm going to play the game. But I would support it, like, verbally. I'll just be like, yeah, sure. Yeah, go for it, man. I hope it works out for you type of support. Okay. You have my support. Not like I'm going to back it financially and stuff. Not like that type of support, but just like in my heart, I'm supporting you. Good luck. But here's the thing. Like, if that is the intention, then this is not the way to do it. You generally don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, why we need to make fun of AION2 players. We're gonna let them cook here, unless this timestamp is also out of context. This is not the best way, right, to garner support. If you know what I'm saying? So I kind of want to see what the overall message is. Is this a meme video? Is he actually trying to make a movement and garner support from people? It kind of sounds like it. Because if that's the case, bullying people, essentially saying we need to make fun of AION2 players, you're not going to garner support if one of the things you're calling for is to bully a group of people. Educating a group of people, different, right? Making fun, you know what I mean? Like, we need to educate AION2 shields, that's fine, right? But saying that we need to make fun of them, that's a bit, well, let's see.
If you play AION2, you are a retard. Now,
let's just play that. Let's just play that back. Let's just play that back again. Listen. I got to hand it to him here. From a content creating perspective, using this title and then opening your video with that is that was a great. So guys, you have to understand, the first 8 seconds of a video is very important. It's very important. And his first 3 seconds is this.
All right, people, it's time that we made the video. If you play AION2, you are a retard.
What a great opener. That's such a good opener, guys. That's such a good opener. Man, I'm just in time randomly. What's up, Sony? This is such a great opener. Okay, also, unironically, someone mentioned it in the chat earlier, and he yesterday, good point. Again, another thing that ZYBAK fucked up on is using the word retard here, not because it's borderline political and some people find it offensive. Not because of that, but because YouTube is going to flag this and it's going to push it less. So again, if he's trying to garner attention to this, ironically enough, he was a retard for using the word retard. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, but not kidding. I intentionally used that word because he used it. No, he shouldn't have used the word retard if he wanted to push it, because YouTube is definitely going to flag this and push it less because of it. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, whether you agree with this video or not, if you are for this video, then what I'm telling you is he should have used a different word so that more people could see the video. he's actually stymieing his views because of the word.
Now, some of you guys are going to say, ZYBAK, that seems a little harsh. Why can't you just let people enjoy things? If you don't like the game, just move on. Don't play it. Don't say anything. Why do you have to be so mean about it? Well, here's why. It's actually critical that we mock and ridicule anyone and everyone that plays AION2. Because the entire way these games work, these pay-to-win Korea slot games, the only reason they work is that there's a perceived level of prestige for being good at the game. Now, if we make fun of, mock, and ridicule anyone and everyone that plays the game, that level of prestige isn't there, and it's not a viable business model. So it is critical that we mock and make fun of these people that play this game, whether they're free to play or pay to win, at every turn. Now what you need to understand is that if you play AION2, you're retarded. You're flat out retarded if you play the game, but you're one of two retards. You are either a South Korean pay pig, or you are a little cuck. You're just a gesturing cuck NPC that dances for the South Korean pay pigs. Those are the only two options if you play this game. And the reason why these games exist is because there is that element of prestige, or at least perceived prestige. And we can fight against that by ridiculing and making fun of anyone that plays this game. So please, at every turn, mock anyone playing AION2. So let's get into it.
So, like I said, man, this is just a really bad way to do it. So I'm trying to look at this because what he's, again, the purpose, the heart and soul of what he's trying to do is he's trying to make a movement to get rid of pay to win, which again, I said that in and of itself is admirable, sure, to a certain degree, but like doing it this way is just not the right way to do it. Yeah, this isn't how you lead this charge, right? It's like you're doing something, you're calling for something, right? What's the best way to phrase this? Hold on, let's go. Let me go back here.
It's because they tried to trick me. AION2 is doing this full court PR blitz, trying to convince the Western players that they have fixed the pay to win.
So this is actually not true. I'm not sure where he got this information. That they have fixed the pay to win. Oh, so I think maybe. So maybe he's talking about NC Korea to NC. Okay, so maybe he's talking about the way NC Korea was relaying this information to the Koreans, which I was very critical of, right? I didn't like the what I thought and felt was deceptive message being, oh, we can't, make a lot of money, all that stuff. However, there is one important key point to this. And again, take this from someone that, I agree that I didn't like how they push it on the Koreans. Koreans don't have a problem with the Kanon exchange. That's the problem, right? So when NCSoft is appealing to their Korean crowd and they know that Koreans are okay with Kanon exchange, it's a little bit different. I still think they were being deceptive, but the context, the underlying context is that Koreans were concerned about cash shop items. Egregious cash shop items like RNG boxes and boxes that would come out be like, hey, we're going to sell all this stuff, right? You have to buy these to get these mats to push your gear, that stuff. That's what Koreans were concerned about. And that's where they were trying to win their trust and saying, we are not going to put in that type of pay to win in our game. And to give credit where credit is due, they did. They actually did deliver on that. They didn't add, well, they added like one thing that was borderline. They immediately removed it. And the cash shop itself has been very fair in AION2. But the Kanon exchange, which we don't like in the West, a lot of us don't like in the West, that wasn't the problem in Korea. And the sub prices Where I was outraged was that the sub prices were crazy expensive. Like crazy expensive. So like when it comes to ZYBAK and his take with NCSoft trying to like act as if they fixed the pay to win. Yeah, if he's talking about Korea, NC Korea, yeah, sure, to a certain degree, but NC America hasn't NC America for our version has been clear. So like for me, when I was critical of it, it was to hope that NC America would make the adjustments for our version, which they did. And now that NC America has put out an official word on their monetization, if we're just talking about monetization for global and what NC America has said, I don't think NC America specifically has said anything that's misleading. Yeah, like so I don't know if he's referencing KR NCSoft talking to the Koreans, or if he's referencing NC America talking to the global audience.
And they're being really deceptive and sneaky about it. They're using just very deceptive.
But I do agree. I think NCSoft was being deceptive to a certain degree, for sure. To the Korean audience, whether the Korean audience recognizes it or not.
Presentation.
Yeah.
For
I do agree with that.
The little demons over in Korea, they're really creative. And they really almost got me. Like they almost got me and some of my guild mates. And we were like excited for a little bit of time, probably like a few hours before we cracked the code that this.
What?
This shit is still pay to win as fuck. So what they're doing is they're really focusing on.
How did they almost get you? Hold on, time out. Rewind. How did they almost get you? How did NC America, like, how did NCSoft? Brother, we've been saying that this was going to be the Kinakuna pay-to-win exchange with outrageous sub prices from day one. Like, what do you mean? How did they almost get you? What, like, if what? How? You should have known this shit from day one.
The subscription, and how instead of 3 subscriptions, there's now only 1.
Yeah.
And then they really say like, oh, the cash shop is purely cosmetic. So you hear, 1 subscription, purely cosmetic cash shop, equalized PvP. You hear these buzzwords, and they present it in a way to make you think like, wow, this seems like a pretty fair.
Okay, so moving forward, let's just assume he's talking about the Korean presentation, not NC America. Okay, let's just, because yeah, like they never, NC America never said anything about the PvP. So let's just assume that he's talking about what NCSoft has said to Koreans. Okay,
subscription, purely cosmetic cash shop, equalized PvP.
And that's a fair assumption.
You hear these buzzwords.
So I think because we're going under this impression, ZYBAK, there's a little bit of ignorance at play here. First of all, ZYBAK is not Korean and doesn't understand Korean. And to me, immediately I'm getting vibes that he's getting information from delusional shills. Stop listening to the delusional shills that are trying to justify shit. I am not going to sit here and blame. Look, I call it how it is, boys. When I felt like NCSoft was being deceptive by saying themselves from their mouths, oh, please, the only way for us to make money off of this is by selling the subs. This is where we're making all of our money from. That was deceptive. That was deceptive. I called them out on it, and I was like, that's bullshit. Suck my dick. Okay? That's not something you heard from me. That is something that you heard. Well, technically you heard from me because I translated, but it's from them in their live stream. Like I said, I'm going to call it how it is. NCSoft has never said or promoted that PvP was not going to be pay to win and it was now equalized. They simply announced a new equalized mode and an open world region where gear is capped so that non-whales and non-endgame players could enjoy the open world PvP. That is simply what they did. They didn't promote it. In fact, because it's PvP, they really didn't promote it. They focused more on the other stuff. Okay. So him thinking that they were promoting this equalized PvP and they're trying to sell the audience on it is just not true. It's him listening to delusional shills that are over justifying AION2 and trying to, you know, the guys that are like, PvP is not pay to win because you can't get PvP gear with Kina. You got to buy it with Abyss points. It's like, no. We all know that that's the stupidest argument ever, because you have to upgrade your gear, and upgrading your gear is pay to win, right? Not to mention PvE pieces. Some PvE pieces are literally best in slot. So you need to stop. People like ZYBAK need to stop listening to delusional shills. And then where I think ZYBAK is messing up here is he's blaming NCSoft now for something, not everything, but for in this case, he's blaming NCSoft for something they are not they didn't even actually do anything wrong in this case when it comes to the PvP stuff. He's blaming NCSoft for these delusional from these takes from these delusional shills. You know what I mean?
Shop, equalized PvP, subscription, purely cosmetic cash shop.
Purely cosmetic cash shop, more or less, it is purely cosmetic cash shop. The only thing that's in the cash shop that isn't cosmetic is inventory slots. Inventory slots and storage slots, which you could also buy with gold, because you have the gold Kina exchange, by the way. Everything else in the cash shop is quite literally cosmetic. Actually, I take that back. There is like one little buy once pack for like a new player type of thing. It's a nothing burger though. It comes with a bunch of like scrolls, like 5-minute buff scrolls and shit like that. It's a nothing burger.
Equalized,
and they did consolidate the subs to a single $15 sub. So it's one sub. So yeah, him saying like, I don't know, like I guess he's trying to say that NCSoft is misleading you for the $15 sub. No, that they're not misleading you on that. They did that. He's misleading you. NCSoft is misleading you on the cash shop being cosmetic. No, it is cosmetic. NCSoft misleading you, trying to sell you on equalized PvP. No, that's not what they did at all either. They just announced 2 forms of content, and the Omega shills are now using that to try and justify everything when they haven't. Yeah, NCSoft is not at fault for these 3 specific things. Listen, I am 100% gonna call out NCSoft on any little thing that is deceptive, and I have. If you look at my VODs and all that stuff, but these 3 particular things they haven't been deceptive on.
PvP. You hear these buzzwords and they present it in a way to make you think like, wow, this seems like a pretty fair game. You know what? I don't mind paying for a sub fee if the cash shop is cosmetic only. Equalized PvP, like this seems not pay to win at all. Like at the surface, if you just do a
yeah. So ZYBAK being under this impression is 100% on him.
Very surface.
Yeah, it's 100% on him, which I don't blame him for to a certain degree, because this is in Korean. Right, he is getting this information from Korea. He is getting this secondhand from translated sources. But you have to understand, especially as a content creator, if you are getting information second-handedly, that information may be misinterpreted.
This level evaluation, you think, wow, is this the first South Korean MMORPG that is not completely degenerate dog shit? And then you're wrong. And then you're totally fucking wrong. Actually, it was all a big, insane, misleading lie.
Yeah, so I think there's already a strong bias towards Korean games here. I can name one Korean game, Korean MMO, that is very successful. It is one of the most successful MMORPGs of all time and has a very large player base. And that game is Black Desert Online. And it's if you think Black Desert Online is dog shit, it's okay to think Black Desert Online is not fun. It's fine. But to say it's dog shit is just, yeah, for you maybe, but in the grand scheme of things, look, a game that's been around for, a game that has like probably 50K plus peak concurrent and has been around for over a decade, the numbers speak for themselves.
And unless you dig into the weeds, you
Maple
won't know.
Story too.
So let's get into the nitty gritty details.
And I hate Maple Story. Maple Story is a good example. I think Maple Story is, but like, just because I have my personal opinions on Maple Story doesn't mean I'm going to sit here and tell you it's a bad game. It's not. It's objectively a successful game. The numbers Maybe it's just because I'm a numbers guy. I let the numbers speak.
details.
I try to separate my subjective opinion versus the objective information.
So you hear about the one subscription, you hear about the purely cosmetic cash shop, no power items, using all the buzzwords, but you know what you don't hear about? The currency exchange. The unlimited.
No, you definitely hear about it because I've been talking about it constantly. I have been. But to be fair to ZYBAK, maybe he's probably talking to people that are completely unaware of it. Obviously, my reach isn't out to everyone. But yes. This is a good call out with the currency exchange.
Currency exchange. So with AION2, you buy the premium currency and convert it into gold. Now, what the South Korean terrorist agenda will try to gaslight you into thinking is that it's just like Guild Wars 2. It's just like...
Yeah, so like I feel like he needs to tread carefully here with saying things like with the South Korean terrorist agenda. I don't think he's trying to be racist towards Koreans. I don't think so. I don't think that's his intention. I really don't think. But however, not everyone's gonna take this the same way as I am. For sure, if South Koreans, if if you had a bunch of South Koreans that watch this video, there will certainly be some that feel offended by this. So yeah, I think he does have to tread carefully here. Not because that's the right thing to do, but because, remember, what is the point of this video? The point of this video is to try and garner support to remove these elements from the game, right? We need to go back to like, what is the point of this video? If the point of this video is to rally up the community to make a stand against this, you don't tell your followers to bully people, and you don't have takes that make you come across as a potential racist. And again, like I said, I don't think he's trying to be racist here. I genuinely, like, I'm not sitting here and being like, oh, I'm offended by you, man. I don't think that's what he's doing. I genuinely don't. But I'm aware enough to know that that's how some people are going to take it. So yeah, I think he needs to tread carefully with how he articulates these words here a little bit, because this isn't some casual conversation. This is almost like a CTA, like this is a CTA video, right, on a public platform.
World of Warcraft, that game, you know, in World of Warcraft you can buy gold through the WoW token. In Guild Wars 2 you can buy gold. The difference is those games don't have ridiculous vertical power. In Guild Wars 2 you can get within 5% of the peak power levels, basically instantly. In World of Warcraft, you're not losing World of Warcraft arenas because the guy you're...
Yeah, you just never do a CTA to harass people. That's just what it comes down to. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, dynamic cap, dynamic nap. You don't... That's not how you do it. That's not how you garner support.
Fighting has fully enchanted gear and you don't. All of that stuff is really, really accessible. However, in fucking AION2, you can 1v15 people. And you might think that I'm being dramatic. There are videos of people doing 1v15s.
Yeah, so this is nothing new. This is actually nothing new for any Korean game. For any MMO that has pay to win, in the beginning, you're always going to have whales that whale out early, and then they're just going to shit on people. That's the way it is. FYI, just so you know, FYI, 1v15, no, it was very possible. No, it was, Chixie. It was possible during the launch week. It's not possible now. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I was going. That was kind of my next point. It's obviously not possible now, but like that's what I'm saying. Like during the launch of a game, when you have casual players that are like fucking level 30, and then he's going up against a level 50 with all this gear, right? Or even 45s that are, you know, well, 50 is just an example number. Even if everyone's 45, a guy that's going to whale out way ahead, get to the ceiling, and then everyone else is just taking their time to get there, he's going to be a god. This happens at the launch of every MMO. So this is nothing new. This is nothing specific to AION2. Like for me, it's almost like, brother, have you not played other MMOs here? I mean, this isn't the first time this is happening. By the way, for what it's worth, I feel like some people are going to take this the wrong way. I remember Solid 1vxing people too, for what it's worth. Solid was a free-to-play player. Solid was shitting on people. it also happens amongst non-spenders, is what I'm saying, right? So if during an MMO launch week, if the hardcore players that aren't spending will also be able to 1vx, of course a whale will also be able to 1vx, even better. It even happens at the free-to-play level. But at the end game, it's obviously different.
These pay-to-win whales are unkillable. They will one-shot you. The power scaling is ridiculous. The game, it takes no fucking skill.
Also, another reason why I think I give a I don't care as much about the PvP is because I don't like it's. I kind of see it talking about PvP in AION2. I kind of see it I kind of see it along the lines of talking about PvP in Lost Ark. I don't know. This is more of a personal thing. I'm not saying that everyone should be thinking this way. Just for me, because this is a PvE focused game, I honestly don't give a fuck about the PvP
whatsoever when these people swipe their
there,
ass
but who
off.
cares? Exactly.
And the way you pay to win
I don't
in AION2 is you buy the premium currency Kuna and then you turn it into gold. And the entirety of AION2 is just one giant gold sink. And everything you spend gold on gives you power, and a lot of it. And
yeah, that's a vertical progression MMORPG, correct.
The South Koreans will...
Is the audio out of sync?
you power, and a lot of it.
Test 1, 2, 3.
And
are we back in sync? This is okay? Can you even whale so early? Is the market low key empty? Yes, you can. They're gonna be of course there are items on the market that you can use.
And the South Koreans will try
really
and gaslight
expensive.
you into saying like, oh, all the PvP gear comes from the Abyss, and you can only get so many Abyss points per week.
Yeah, so this is just a really bad take from ZYBAK again, and this is what's making him come across as more of a racist here. And again, let me just once again say that I don't think he's being racist here.
Like,
maybe to a certain degree he got
so all the PvP gear.
He's blaming South Koreans for just existing right now. He's saying all the South Koreans are saying, oh, all the PvP gear are acquired through. No. Once again, ZYBAK, you are misunderstood. Like, you have been misled. No Korean has said that. Literally none. Literally zero. If you were to consider me a South Korean, I'm Korean American, by the way. But I have also, like, I would be maybe one of the 2 or 3 Koreans that he could have gotten this information from, and none of us have given that information. Koreans don't say this. Like I said, Koreans don't give a fuck about pay to win, and when they do talk about pay to win, they call it pay to win. Yeah, the pay to win is not bad. The pay to win is this. No. That narrative is only being pushed by people that are overshilling this game. Those 2 or 3 people in the AION community that are trying to sell this game and are just delusional about their own products, trying to justify everything that NCSoft does. This is not even an NCSoft issue. Like, stop being gaslit and misled by these stupid fucking people that are just overly positive about this game and blaming the wrong people. You know what I mean? Stop, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, blaming South Koreans for a take that certain Discorders and Redditors have, and a very small percentage of the AION2 community, by the way, is just, it's a bad take. It's a bad take. I would argue that the vast majority, almost the entire community in AION2, will tell you that PvP is pay to win. They might tell you, yeah, you can compete as a non-spender, sure. Yeah. But no, like, the vast majority of the AION2 community is not going to sit there and just say the PvP is not pay to win. There's no way you can be that delusional. He's just got,
It comes from the Abyss, and you can only get so many Abyss points per week. But what they don't tell you is that the real power comes from the enchanting and the gold sinks, which are essentially credit.
It's like what he's criticizing. I agree. Like, he's 100% right in saying this. No, PvP is pay to win, and yeah, even though you can acquire the gear that way, it's pay to win to upgrade the gear. He's right in this, 100% right, but he's kind of blaming the wrong people here, and yeah,
credit card checks,
and he's kind of like framing this in a way, or he's under the impression that NC Soft and Koreans and all these people are trying to push this narrative when that's not it. It's literally like 3 people on Reddit, which is probably the same fucking person on Reddit, by the way,
where the whales just go nuts.
Is the stream desynced again? The stream is okay? Okay.
And become immortal gods through all of these very like insane amounts of vertical power you can get through converting Kuna into currency.
Yes,
buying
yes,
items.
you can. You absolutely can.
I have had some AION guys just walk me through how pay to win this shit is, and like the South Koreans, these evil little South Koreans that come up with this shit. It's wild. The web of lies they have spun to make this seem like it's not pay to win to just like your average layperson that doesn't super pay attention or didn't do a lot of research is crazy, because there's going to be some people that get totally ambushed by this. Now, the first argument you're going to hear when you talk about people doing 1v15s is, well, don't worry. They're introducing equalized PvP. They can't do that. If it's equalized PvP, it doesn't matter if some whale does pay to win shit. Yeah, he's going to be the best PvE god of all time. But in PvP, doesn't matter.
Guys, I genuinely don't think he's intentionally being racist here. I think he needs to like maybe take a step back. Like, again, regardless of the message he's trying to send, I do think he needs to take a step back and try to like just recognize how he's speaking and how it may come across to some people. Again, I'm not saying that that's what everyone should do. Like, freedom of speech, say what you want to do, say what you want to say, brother. But again, the reason why I'm saying this again is because he's trying to form a movement, right? He's trying to form a movement against pay to win. So it's like, if you're coming across as a racist to a lot of people in your video, that is not the best way to garner support.
I'm just going to outplay him. No big deal. Oh boy. Boy, do I have some news for you, little piggy. Oil it up, because these South Korean pay pigs are coming for your ass. Because the equalized PvP ain't so equalized. In fact, the phrase equalized PvP is grossly...
So, right? Koreans call streamer racist. Yeah, exactly. That's 100% what's going to happen, right, Volt? Let me be very clear here. And if you're sick and tired of me reiterating this point, just understand it's because people take me out of context all the time. I have a lot of hate watchers. They will literally take this and skew it in a different way that is completely irrelevant. They'll somehow blame me for hot dogs for being, 5 inches instead of 6 somehow from this take. That's just what they've done. It's kind of crazy. Let me just be clear to the people that are in chat now. Once again, I don't think ZYBAK is intentionally trying to be racist, but it's very clear, even from my chat, that some people that it's coming across as racist to some people. That, along with the fact that you're calling to harass people, these are not my point is, these are not the best ways to garner support for a positive movement, because I would consider trying to make a movement to rid the space of pay to win or diminish it. I would say that's a positive movement, but a positive movement backed by this type of CTA and behavior is not the best way to form that movement. That is the point that I'm making.
Misleading or honestly just a fucking lie. So World PvP, the Abyss Zone, is not equalized at all. So in World PvP, these guys are going to be 1v15ing you.
This is the same dude that said Biden administration trying to
videos of the whales just whaling the fuck out. Now, some of you guys are going to hear that and go, okay, the whales are going to win in PvE. They're going to dominate in World PvP. But I still have arenas. 1v1 arenas, 4v4 arenas, equalized stats. That's where I'm going to be. They can't pay to win there. You butter up, pay pig.
Okay, so again, I'm just hearing him. I feel like he's. This is the problem. I feel like he's responding to those 2 or 3 people that are completely delusional about their game, about this game. And he's like, here we are, the rest of us just catching strays for this shit. Like, what's, bro, like literally none of us have said this. Like you're giving us, you're giving a lot of us shit, us, because I play AION2. You're giving a lot of us shit for things we've never said. Like, none of this is actually a thing, guys. None of this is a thing. And the people that are saying, oh, but he's right, though. Yeah, he is right in saying that, like, yeah, like, Arena is not, it is pay to win, and the equal, yeah, like, those statements are true, but it's like, he's acting as if everyone is saying this when it's just coming from, like, 2 people.
Butter the fuck up, because the 1v1 and 4v4 arenas are not equalized. Now, you may be saying, ZYBAK, what? They were just talking about equalized PvP. Surely the 1v1 and 4v4 arenas would be equalized PvP, because why wouldn't they? You know, that's like the PvP area, like the number one way to express PvP skill is like a 1v1 arena or a 4v4 arena. Why would those not be equalized? Well, you know fucking why. Because it's whale bait. The entirety of the AION2 arena system is literally whale wars. It's fucking whale wars. And if that doesn't just show you the mentality of this developer, that's really all you need to see. Just the fact that the 1v1 and 4v4 arenas are not equalized tells you everything about their true motivations. So that is totally fucking dog shit. That is not equalized, purely out of pay to win fucking bait. That's all that is. And from the people I've talked to that play AION2 on Taiwan, all the arenas is just fucking swipers. It's the whole thing is a swipe fest to an insane degree. So now you might be saying, okay, ZYBAK, I am not gonna do PvE. I don't care about being competitive in PvE. I don't care about being competitive in arenas or ranked PvP at all. He means PvP. I'm just going to do the 10v10 battleground. Well, Buster, there's a few problems with the 10v.
Wait, but he didn't talk about PvE. Do you think he misspoke about I don't care about being competitive in PvE? Or what is that? Do you think he misspoke when he said that and he meant PvP?
Or ranked PvP?
I was kind of waiting for his PvE takes.
I'm just going to live in arenas or ranked PvP at all. I'm just not going to do PvE. I don't care about being competitive in PvE. I don't care. Like
that. I think, did he just misspeak here, or is he actually talking about PvE? PvE is equally pay to win, so whatever. PvE is different. PvE is different though. And here's why. PvE is pay to win, 100%. But when we're talking about pay to win, we have to talk about the pressures and how aggressive the pay to win is, right? In PvP, it is for sure pay to win in multiple ways. However, in PvE, the reason why I'm saying it's different is because as a non-spender, you can get your gear to the point where pretty much every piece of content, including the raids, they're just omega easy. Like just easy, a joke. Like the only real challenge is the final raid, and even that, if you're in a group with other people at your power level, which you got to that power level as a non-spender, it would also be very easy. It wouldn't be a challenge. So that's the reason why it's a little different, right? Because like PvE, the content is in the raids. And as a PvEer, as a non-spender, you will go through all the content and then some, not just barely get to the point where you can clear everything, but you will actually go beyond it as a non-spender to the point where it's easy. It's just literally, yeah, I can come on and carry. Like if you're worried, I want to be a PvE guy and I don't want to spend money, but I still want to be able to carry people in the latest content. Will I not be able to do that? Swing my big dick right? No, you can. You can do that as a non-spender in PvE. So that's the reason why I say it's a little different. Versus PvP, you are directly competing against another player and you have to push multiple gear sets. It's different. I would say definitely pay to win with PvP, but PvE, there's a little bit more context there. Not that I'm justifying the pay to win in PvE by any means. I'm not doing that. I'm just trying to paint a more accurate picture as to how big the pressure and aggressiveness is, because the fact is it is pay to win across both boards.
Care about being competitive in arenas or ranked PvP at all. I'm just going to do the 10v10 battleground. Well, Buster, there's a few problems with the 10v10 battleground. First of all, it's only available for a few hours every day. Second of all, it doesn't even seem to be that equalized. So the stats are equalized, but apparently you can use all of the crazy spammable pay to win consumables. So the whales are still gonna
Wait, sorry, I missed that.
So the stats are equalized, but apparently you can use all of the crazy spammable pay to win consumables. So the
pay to win consumables,
whales are still gonna whale out in the fucking equalized 10v10 battleground.
I'm not gonna comment on the 10v10 battlegrounds. I haven't done it yet.
Next problem.
But him, there's no, you're not gonna get carried by consumables in AION2 though. I don't like. There's no scroll that's like exclusive. Like I don't know.
There's no team balancing at all for the 10v10 battleground. It's the way they've designed this. It makes it seem like they made this intentionally shitty, so people like wouldn't do it and would prefer to do the pay to win PvP. There's no.
Yeah, you literally craft scrolls and you can upgrade them to gold scrolls too. It's I'm not really
team balancing. One cleric, one team can get 3 healers, the other team can get 0.
Explain what those, again, I don't do PV, I haven't done the 10v10, so I don't know for sure, but if he's talking about just the regular consumables, you're talking about a CC break pot, which everyone has access to. You're talking about HP potions, which everyone has access to. You're talking about like combat speed scrolls, which everyone has access to, unless he's talking about like the blue scrolls, I guess maybe the blue scrolls, but then you can craft blue scrolls and you can also craft gold scrolls as a, like, I'm not really. And even if they're, wait, like battle scrolls maybe? Are the battle scrolls? I'm trying to think. The attack scrolls. Attack scrolls I'd have to double check. But even if there was like one type of scroll that you can use in PvP, bro, like it's not, it's minimal. It's very minimal. I mean, I could go into the game and do a DPS parse to show you the difference between having a scroll and not having a scroll. And like I said, you have scrolls as a non-spender. I'm trying to think, is there a scroll that only whales can get? I don't think so. Maybe the attack one. And even like, yeah.
And the next problem, there's no ranking associated with the 10v10 battleground. There's no way for it to be competitive. It's fucking useless. It's totally fucking
I think
useless.
He's talking about the enhanced battle scroll.
Every single element of AION2 ranking with a leaderboard is pay to win. PvE, PvP, world PvP with leaderboard, arena leaderboard, all of it. Every fucking bit of it is pay to win swipe fest. Now the next argument you're going to hear is, ZYBAK, I'm just going to play the game for a month and then we're going to quit. We're not going to take it seriously. Like, we know it's Korea slop. We know. But we're just going to play it and fuck around. And my question to you is, do you not have anything else better to do? Like, seriously? Like, seriously, is your life so fucking miserable that the best use of your time
is to play a video game?
Either be a South Korean pay pig or an actual video game cuck.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That one was a bit racist. Come on. I mean, that one was a bit racist, bro. Come on. You do better with your deliveries, man. That one was that one was, guys. Look, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. And I feel like I have been. I feel like I've been very fair. But that one right there was it was like kind of let me just yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Oh.
NPC, PayPig, or an act to either be a South Korean PayPig or an actual video game cuck NPC. You're either a fucking loser, degenerate PayPig, or somebody, a dancing monkey for a loser, degenerate PayPig. Because let me break it. Let me just tell you flat out. If you play this game and you're not spending a lot of money, you are fucking irrelevant.
That's not true. My friend, my friend is a non-spender, and he hard carries. He averages, the last time I played with him, he was averaging like 1.4 million DPS. He is, I believe, 24 to somewhere, but he bounces between 20 to 40% above the median average for his class. He is like 920 plus gear score, and every piece of content in the game is not a challenge for him anymore, and that's as a non-spender. So it's now, of course, you have to play a lot, but like I said, I don't think anyone is complaining, oh, you have to play a lot to get there, right? So yeah, to say that you're irrelevant by not spending, and again, please do not take this as me defending the game. I try my best to call it how it is. The game is pay to win. It is. I would like it if you could not purchase Kina and Kuna. But just because I am of that opinion does not mean I'm going to sit here and lie to you saying that it's not, you will be irrelevant, because that's actually objectively not true. I have friends who have not spent a single dollar and carry very hard to the point where all the content is no longer a challenge. Like that's not me defending. That's not a subjective opinion. That is quite literally an objective fact, right? Whether you're in support or whether you're in support of this game or not, whether you're trying to shit on this game, whatever, like you can't just simply say, oh, I don't believe in gravity anymore, you know what I mean, because I don't like it. You know, like it is what it is. It is what it is, right? Again, I would prefer them to not have the pay to win systems in the game, even in PvE, but yeah, I have to admit, you can absolutely be a fucking dog if you as a non-spender. It's possible. Now you need a sub though. You do need a sub. That's a different thing. Like if you're not subbed, yeah, no, yeah, you'll be getting lapped even if you play a lot. You need a sub. You definitely need a sub. But he's talking about the Kina Kuna exchange.
Higher purpose is to make the pay pigs feel better about themselves. That's literally your only function, is to give them a false sense of prestige and accomplishment.
Do your friends battle passes? Yeah, the battle passes can be purchased with gold. Yeah, battle passes are purchasable with gold.
That's all you're there for. And there's really nothing else better to do. There's no other better games to play. That's why it's critical. It's critical that we mock anyone playing this game.
The gear diff between my friend in AION amongst his peers versus the gear diff in AION is incredibly high. So because my friend is a non-spender, he was, by the way, he was in my guild in one of my guilds in KR. People like to compare this to Throne, right? He was the guy in Throne that was in full bis gear but never had an arc boss, because he wasn't a swiper, right? Like if you're not swiping for an arc boss in Throne at the time during KR tier 2, it was very difficult to get one. I mean, it depends on your guild rules and stuff, but he didn't even have he was one of those guys that didn't even have an arc boss. And that type of gamer in AION2, he played a lot though. He played nonstop. He plays a lot of AION2 nonstop. But that equivalent translated in AION2, he's like 915, 920, 930 or something.
I don't care if they're not I don't care who they are. Anybody playing this game should be fucking mocked. AION2 is quite literally preying on one of the most vulnerable populations we have. Now, I understand that people have vices. I have some vices myself.
Okay.
Some people drink too much. Some people date crazy women.
Yep.
Some people play AION2.
I guess those people must be retarded too. Fuck. We're all just retarded.
And all of these things are a problem. But some of them are bigger problems than others.
Let me tell you, playing AION2 is a smaller problem than drinking. ZYBAK, just so you know, playing a goddamn video game is not the biggest problem in the world, okay? It is not the biggest. Let's just take a step back and remember, we are talking about video games. We play video games for fun, okay? They are video games. Okay?
If you drink too much, you get the shakes. Maybe you become an alcoholic. You can overcome that. You date the BPD girl, you don't get your security deposit back. You know, at the end of the day, you'll live.
What girl?
But if you spend $1,000 on AION2, you are 70 IQ. And unfortunately, there is no overcoming that.
Wait,
There's
if you
bar.
spend money on,
you spend $1,000 on AION2, you are 70 IQ.
Okay.
And unfortunately, there is no overcoming that. There's no way to meaningfully increase your IQ.
Okay.
And that's who AION2 is targeting. They are targeting 70 IQ people to become pay pigs. And it's actually extremely fucking unethical. And people don't get it. They don't understand how big of an industry this is. The South Korean pay-to-win industrial complex is huge. You might think like, oh, it's whatever, like it's just mobile games and just no, dude. It's 13% of South Korea's GDP is pay-to-win video games. It's fucking insane.
I did not know that. Is
you
that
see
true?
all these headlines about the birth rate in South Korea being so low. It's because they're so busy fucking their American pay pigs. They won't fuck each other because they're fucking you.
This guy talking about the birth rate issue in Korea and correlating it to MMORPG pay-to-win gaming. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. Oh my god, dude, guys, do not tell this man about the golf industry in Korea. Do not. That's a crazy. That's crazy.
It's huge business. So it's truly unethical to play these games. We need to mock and ridicule any AION2 player, regardless of who they are. I do not care if you're free to play. There cannot be any prestige associated with this game. Now let's get into the next cope, and that is that if you don't like AION2 being pay to win, it's because you're poor. Now, this is hilariously the insult that you get whenever you criticize games like this. This is the insult you get.
I really think this guy I really think this guy just may have gotten into an argument with like two different dudes who could have been the same dude. There's this guy, what was his name? I don't remember. There's this dude. He makes multiple accounts, right? And he goes around just rage baiting people, like on Reddit and on Discord, right? He has a massive hate boner for me, and just omega shill. And he tries to play it off as if like he's rage baiting. No, but like the dude is actually like, the thing is like, there's like a few of these, there's a couple of people that are like this person, and it's such a small, but it's like, it's not even like the vast majority of the people playing AION2 are very aware of what the game is. And it's like, I feel like ZYBAK just got into a confrontation either on Reddit or on Discord with this guy or with a couple of with this type of person, like just the delusional shill that is just flapping their gums, just complete nonsense. And now he's just blaming everyone else for this weird ass person's take. That's what it is.
From the Koreans,
that's what it feels
like when you hit translate now on the YouTube comments, it'd be like, you poa. And let's go ahead and dispel that. So it's just not true because
wait,
from the Koreans, the insult that you get whenever you criticize games like this is the insult you get from the Koreans. Like when you hit translate now on the YouTube comments, it'd be like, you POA.
I just looked at their stats. The entire South Korean gaming industry is less than 1% of their GDP.
It's just not true because statistically, most of the people watching this video, like my YouTube ad rates were like $8 or $9 per 1,000 views, and that just doesn't happen if the audience doesn't have money. So most of you guys are like 30, 40-year-old target demographic. You like play golf and shit.
He's talking to me. He's talking about me. I got fucking caught. He's talking about South Koreans, Korean MMOs, pay to win, and now he's mentioning golf. He 100% talking about me. What the hell?
And that just doesn't happen if the audience doesn't have money. So most of you guys are like 30, 40-year-old target demographic. You like play golf and shit. Yeah, y'all got money. Now for myself personally, not that I'm balling out of control, but me and my wife have a net worth of in excess of $1 million.
Why would you say that? ZYBAK, come on, man. Don't say shit. Dude, oh my God, man. Don't say that, dude. There's nothing good that comes from that. There is nothing good that comes from that. I will never tell my chat how much I'm worth. I will never. I would never do it because I don't want my chat to know that I'm worth $2.7 billion and I'm actually one of the heirs to the Samsung family. I just don't want them to know this because they would look at me differently. They would treat me differently. They would tell me to make my own MMO. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. You know, when I go live stream, when I do an IRL stream, I'm going to pull out the streamer car, which is going to be a humble little Honda. I'm not going to bust out the Bentley, the Rolls, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to be busting out the weekend Ferrari, you know? I'm just not going to do it. I don't want them seeing my kids Maybach, you know? They need to think I'm poor.
Which is pretty good for our age group. And not because we're smart,
but congratulations if that's true, ZYBAK and his family. That's awesome.
Because we have exceptionally good jobs. It's just discipline, a little bit of luck, and probably 50 or 60% of it I would attribute to not playing Korea slop games. The majority of my success in life I attribute to not playing dog shit like AION2. So it's really
the majority of his $1 million net worth comes from not playing Korean MMOs. Tell me you're not a millionaire without telling me you're not a millionaire. Because let me tell you, I don't know a single millionaire that is a millionaire because they didn't play Korean MMOs. That's crazy. That's another crazy. I mean, listen. I mean, that's good advice. Listen. At the end of the day, it is good advice. Don't spend your money on pay to win games, and you will absolutely increase your net worth. I don't think that's bad advice at all. But I mean, come on, man. Saying that you're
of my success in life to not playing Korea slop games. The majority of my success in life I attribute to not playing dog shit like AION2.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm sure that was just an off-the-cuff statement, not to be really taken literally.
So it's really that simple. It's more of what you don't do in life compared to what you do. Now, I want to make it clear, I have no problems paying for a game. I'm not one of these people that wants to play an MMO and just like free ride it, free to play, whatever. I'm not one of these people. My favorite model is the subscription-based model. In fact, I would gladly, if somebody came out with a good MMO, I would not think twice about paying $50, $100 a month to play a good MMO. I've just got the disposable income. I don't care, but it does matter the way you monetize the game.
Yeah, it does.
Now,
it does.
I am of the belief that if you have a free-to-play MMO, you can make the subscription pay to win. You can make it to where it's basically mandatory to have a subscription. I'm fine with that because...
Okay, so he is fine with AION2's subscription because I was under the impression he wasn't fine with it.
It's a capped version.
To be fair, I don't think he actually really criticized the sub fee.
Of pay to win.
He mentioned it earlier, but I don't think he actually really criticized them for it.
Meaning that, if you're a serious player, you need to have the subscription if you want to compete. Just, you got to buy in a little bit, right? But it's important that it's capped. What I don't like is this crazy currency exchange, spending $1,000, Whale Wars,
I don't
Arena
like the currency
1v1
exchange
ladder
either.
shit. That stuff I hate. And if your game has that at all, I'm just not going to participate. And I'm somebody that would spend a lot of money on your game. If you were just a normal, ethical, subscription-based game, even if you had a cash shop. I mean, dude, I am looking.
Do I spit that much when I talk? I guess you don't know. Like, I wouldn't know because I'm playing the game. Do I also? I don't. Okay, thank God.
For a game
it must be a white person thing. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. That was a joke because there's like a, subtle racial undertone. And like, I'm not, it was a joke. It was a joke. Relax, man. It was a joke because I'm just playing along with him. I know he's not, intentionally being racist. So like, I'm just, I'm sure he would have laughed. He would have laughed. ZYBAK would have laughed. Okay. He would have laughed. He would have laughed.
Jump back into and play. Like, I really am. I'm trying, man. And, god damn, this shit is actually unethical. So what is the point of this game? Like, seriously, if you're playing this game, tell me why. Why would you?
Sorry. What was it?
Actually unethical. So what is the point of this game? Like, seriously.
Oh yeah, I am definitely whiter than I used to be. Really tan, but I'm super pale now, man.
If you're playing this game,
he looks like he gets some sun. ZYBAK does.
Tell me why.
Tell me why. Okay.
Why would you play this? Why don't we just take screenshots of our fucking brokerage accounts and put them in Discord, and we'll see who wins.
I mean, like, hold on, time out. Like, why? Like, that's such a like. I don't like. Why did he all of a sudden go there? Right? It's like now it's coming across as like he's flexing on us with how much money he makes, and attributing that to not paying to win in video games. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of weird taking it there.
That's cheaper. We can immediately find out who would be the best AION2 player.
Oh, okay. That's the point he's making. Okay. Gotcha. Sorry. I paused too early. Context is important. He was saying that because he's saying if he has more money, he'll be better than you because okay. Gotcha.
Assuming we're all equal, let's just say, we take everybody down. We're all 70 IQ. At that point, we really might as well just put screenshots of our brokerage accounts in Discord, and that would determine who would be the best at AION2, because you have to be a fucking degenerate retard to spend the amount of money these people spend to be the top of the ladder. It's absolutely ridiculous, and we need to mock these people. Anybody and everybody that plays this fucking game should be fucking made fun of.
Okay, so feel free to mock me on twitch.tv/CanonXO. I will be live playing this game, available to be mocked. I think like 48 hours. I think we're going to do 48 hours during the launch. And we'll be going pretty hard. A lot of hours. We will be very present on Twitch. Our doors are open. We are ready to be mocked.
And before you leave, please, I actually need your help. I never do this, but please leave a like on the video and a comment. And the reason I'm saying this is because AION2 is going to be doing a marketing push right before the global release. And if this video gets enough organic engagement, it will place right below an AION2 ad. And I would love to see an AION2 ad, and then right below it, my video saying why you're a retard if you play this game. I would love that. So please like the video and leave a comment. It's critical. But most important, make fun of anyone that's playing this game. Seriously, like, you got to be mean.
There it is. Oh. There it is, guys. Here's a link to the video. Is Animo your thing? Not really. There it is, guys. Wow. Listen, I mean, I appreciate the fact that I got a good stream out of this. I mean, we got content out of this. I mean, don't give it views. I mean, here's the thing. It's just common courtesy, professional courtesy to link the video that you watch on Twitch to the Twitch chat. So I'm gonna, yeah, whether I agree with the video or not, whether I like the video or not, if I'm watching it, yeah, we're gonna give it the common professional courtesy to link it in the chat. He is bald. I can't take serious. Straight facts completely negated by not knowing how to pronounce AION correctly. You know what, Decilo? That's something that I don't know what it is, but when someone pronounces AION as AION, it just catches my attention for some reason. KittyCast, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Trying to help your launch fund. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Honestly, this video is against TOS. No, he's asking people to target others, make fun of them. Look, if you have an issue with any video on YouTube, anyone is welcome or is able to report a video. It is up to YouTube to deem whether or not it is appropriate or not. And so long as it is
HP used 10,000 channel points and included the message. Kanon's aka face of trying MMOs, I'm here to call you a doofus for playing AION2. You are a
What was the end of that message? What? Why is that AI voice like so good compared to the other? Huh. Now you can tell me your net worth and how much you would have had if you wouldn't have played KR MMOs. I would have less. Yeah, that's why it's kind of funny for me because I would have less money. Yeah. I spent I mean, you guys know. I've shown it to you guys. I think I've spent I probably spent like 40K maybe. I think I've spent like maybe 30 or 40K on, I think maybe like 30, yeah, maybe 30K. I think 30K in total in Throne Liberty. Not only a tax return, dude, I made more than that in just the first month of Throne and Liberty's launch. So I'm certainly not losing swiping in KR MMOs, but it's obviously a little different, right? Because I'm a content creator. Weird flex. I mean, we're out here talking about this shit with ZYBAK, right? I mean, I'm not saying I make that every month, but obviously Throne launch was big. Dude, I had like 15,000 viewers, man. What do you think? I mean, just basic logic. Like people with 10 to 15,000 viewers, dude, 10 to 15,000 viewers on Twitch, you are fucking banking money. It's a lot of money. Right? During Throne launch, I'm pretty sure I was like 10 to 15K for at least the first few days. Yeah, for me, people ask, like, I don't want to make this about me, but a big reason why I swipe in Korean MMOs is because I swipe looking at it as an investment for my channel. So it's different. Which is why I didn't like mention it during the React video, because it's irrelevant to like the purpose. Because he's talking about, you know, regular gamers swiping. So it's different when you're a content creator. It's best to be honest. Yeah, no, 100%. Like I don't hide. I'm not gonna tell you guys my net worth and all that personal information, but like when it comes to, hey, how much did you spend in a video game? I'm generally very transparent about it. I'm probably one of the very, very few, maybe the only content creator that openly has shown his Steam purchases and NC coin purchase, whatever, like all my purchases. This is the reason why no one comes at me for RMT accusations, because I literally show my Steam purchases and I don't partake in RMT. So streamers make a lot of money. I mean, they can. Obviously, it depends on viewership and stuff. You don't make that type of money every week or every day. It's like during big launches and whatnot. And that's if those big launches happen. I spent a grand total of $100 on Lost Ark. What did you spend it on? How are you doing, Nico? Are there any other AION2 videos? Should we look at the comments?
I know we made the video.
Oh.
If you play AI,
is there a reason why you did not enable the rewind option for Twitch on your stream? You can go over YouTube. Be nice. I don't know. I didn't know that was a thing. I'll have a look. I just don't. Yeah, I didn't know that it was there. Like I didn't know like I needed to do something for it. Maybe it's just turned off by default. I don't know. Kanon, am I a retard if I play AION2? I really don't want to be a retard. Yeah, I guess we all are. Aren't you the guy that kept pushing for ashes? Oh man. ZYBAK'S gonna get so much shit for ashes. 100% people are gonna attack him for ashes. That's what happens. Pull Nico into a Discord call and recreate a SFW correctly pronouncing AION video that ZYBAK couldn't make. Is it wait, but is it pronounced AION? Like, is that actually the right? Guys, listen, if you type the word retard in my channel, Twitch is going to auto-mod it because my auto mod setting is set to level 2. I'm not gonna manually click all of your accept message. It's like, just know that if you type that word, your message won't be shown. Can you scroll up a bit so the bottom goes? Oh my gosh. He complains so much. Why would anyone care about some completely unknown streamer making fun of them for playing AION2? ZYBAK, I remember, was really big during the WildStar days. You guys remember? You played Ashes of Creation. AION2 is literally preying on one of the most vulnerable populations we have. The irony in that statement, after paying for AOC Alpha and getting scammed, saying to people, you're such a loser, you have nothing else to do. When on one side, you pay for a game that doesn't exist, and a lot of money, I should add. Your point literally dissipates after that. The same way it was your right to have fun in AOC when they were literally preying on the stagnation of the MMO genre. People have fun in AION2 for a month or two. What's the problem? It's double standards. Here's the thing. Oh, this is from Lyric. This is actually, I mean, it is a very true statement. This is probably this statement right here is probably the most like well-structured comeback that isn't toxic, but it's not, it's getting to it. It's very direct. I wouldn't say it crosses the line of being disrespectful. It's a proper call out. I think this is a proper, reasonable call out. And it's true. It's true. As someone, for me, I did like AOC. I'm with ZYBAK with AOC because I also was of the group that did not think it was a scam and I enjoyed it. But I guess the difference with me is that, you know, I would have told you back in the day, hey, it's a video game. If you're enjoying playing it, then at the end of the day, it's a W for you because it's a fucking video game. You play video games for fun. And if you're enjoying the game you're playing, play it. Even if it ends up being a scam, if you enjoyed it, then it you know, good for you. And it's the same thing. It's the same way I see AION2. Yes, it's pay to win, but you can play the game for free if you want to. The game will 100% entice you to do this and do that. 100%, right? But look, at the end of the day, it's a video game, and if you play it and you enjoy it, good for you, man. Good for you. I would rather have, oh my God. Wait. We pinned this message. Nico finally, we take this. Nico finally says something positive, be it a little bit out of context, about AION2. It's ship it and clip it, boys. It's official. It's pinned. It's pinned. Nico Tulo is officially pro AION2. He's an AION2 main. He's joining the content creator program. He's officially given it a 3 out of 10, which on the Nico scale means it is the game of the year. Okay, it's in. It's in. It's in. It's in. It's official. AION2 shill. Nico's a fucking AION2 shill. Finally, Nico is not doomed just for this day. Man, I told you Nico has good takes, man. I told you. I done told you guys this. Dude, yeah, he's getting a lot of flack for being an AION2 guy. Or, excuse me, a Ashes guy. Oh, I forgot about the early access. Jesus. Forgot about that. I had to hear this because even knowing everything you just said, I was still going to play the game even for a week or two just for the nostalgia. Even thought AION2 was different, but your speech just woke me up. You are right. My time should be best spent than giving any kind of spotlight or active player stat to NC Soft, or even worse, make these whales feel better about themselves. I think the main reason with this genre is that genre is in the state it's in is the monetization. The main issue with subscriptions is that you feel the need to charge a box price and $25 subscription. I'm kind of surprised by this point. At least one Korean studio realized that they could make more money off the West if they actually removed the pay-to-win elements. They spend so much on porting the game over in marketing, while these fail in a couple of months. You would think a studio, well, I mean, that's what Chrono's trying to do, right? That, by the way, is one of the reasons why I feel like it's imperative for Chrono Odyssey to succeed in the West. If Chrono Odyssey succeeds in the West and makes a lot of money, I genuinely feel like they could be an example and a reason why a lot of other Korean companies follow suit. Yeah. Do I have bias towards Chrono? Absolutely. Because a part of me thinks, fuck, maybe if a Korean company does it the right way and does it well. The problem, though, is that removing the monetization, removing pay-to-win elements from the perspective of the game developers, it is a gamble play. It is a little bit of a gamble, right? Because at the end of the day, no matter how good your monetization is, if the game is boring and sucks, then it's going to die. And it's like, well, you could have cashed out at the game's launch by adding pay-to-win elements. You know, it's almost like a safety net for investors. It's like they're almost guaranteed an X amount of money, more money. So like, do you want, at the end of the day, I'm of the belief you don't pursue a game if you don't think it's going to be a good game. Like, why the fuck would you do that, right? Why would you put out a shitty game knowing that it's going to, like, if you're not confident in your product, you shouldn't be spending millions of dollars into it. You should not be spending millions of dollars into a project that you are not confident in. So if you are confident in it, right, and the monetization is good, then yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much what Chrono is trying to do. So I'm genuinely hoping that Chrono is successful and they stick to their word about not being pay to win, and they're able to deliver a good game. Hopefully it happens. Hopefully it does. The other issue is that these gold to premium currency exchanges, they're just way more accepted in Korea. So there is a little bit of a cultural diff there too. Next video, calling out World of Warcraft and Elder Scrolls Online players, please. They need to know the truth. Chrono Odyssey looks interesting. What game are you looking forward to? Chrono Odyssey looks interesting? What do you mean? Chrono Odyssey is another South Korean pig game. Some of the PvP clips from over a year ago don't look too bad. Game has been secretly cooking for a while. I'm optimistic they'll polish a lot of the rest spots. Seems like PvP is limited to 3v3 extraction mode, which is... yeah, Chrono, of course, still coming. Unless they canceled it secretly, which I'm like 99.9% sure they didn't. Looking for AION2 and AION2 more than the new adaptation of the Odyssey. I do not know what will be the bigger... Okay, is this a bit of a hot take, guys? I know there's a lot of political talk behind the Odyssey right now. I have a feeling the movie's still going to be really good. I don't know, man. Let's not make this political, but let's just... I know the casting and all that stuff, right? But I don't know. I have a feeling the Odyssey's still going to be really fucking good. I don't know. Yeah. I know that's probably a hot take right now, but I just have a feeling the movie's going to be good, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. Even the armor being off is concerning. Yeah. I'm of the opinion. Just let's just watch it first. Let's just watch it and see what happens. I'm definitely gonna watch it. Hard down on that one. Yeah. Doesn't change the fact that Nolan lost. Yeah, it's two separate things. The political stuff is different. I'm just talking about strictly from an entertainment perspective. There's an easy solution here. ZYBAK, make sure you play the game so it dies quickly. Wait, ZYBAK is stealing my thunder here. Wait. I'm the person that plays games and the games die right after. What do you mean? The guy thought Wild was... Well, I liked WildStar. Oh. There it is. But did you kill Tara like Josh Strife Hayes did? Did Josh kill Tara? Interesting. Very interesting. You know what's funny is I have an AION2 monetization video that's probably going to be released in the next couple of days. Dude, it feels like every fifth comment is like this. You literally paid hundreds of dollars to play vaporware exit scam masqueraders. The name calling, yeah, you should probably sit this one out. He's still right, though. I couldn't care less about Ion. It's just funny how he hasn't yet deleted his channel. Yeah, that's bad and was criminal fraud. The other is the actual business model for the game. The fact that people are saying Ashes might be worse is hilarious. Wait, Ashes might be worse as a game? As a game or as monetization? Comparing actual crimes to the business model of AION2, and hilariously, I still think people would rather get scammed out of $40 than be dancing gestures for Korean pay pigs. Ugh. I watched ZYBAK'S video regarding gatekeeping people from playing AION2, and I was disrupted by his attitude. It's one thing to say don't play this, it's another thing to be just straight on disrespectful. Yeah, Crunchy Crunch, that's what I was mentioning at the very start of the video. I think I think it's admirable to try and start a motion to better better video games within the MMO space when it comes to monetization. I genuinely do. But I think the way he went about it was not good, not subjectively, but more objectively speaking relative to numbers, right? So I'm not of the belief that you, like, if you are trying to garner support from people to make a movement, your CTA is to bully people, to harass people, to call people names, to come across as, you know, as racist. Like I said, I don't think he was intentionally being racist, but, you know, a lot of people watching this video think that some of the stuff he said came across as racist. Whether or not he was or wasn't, that's not the point. The point is, if you are sending a message in a way where some people feel like it could be racist, and you are calling for people to bully and harass people, that's just not the best way to start positive movements. You know what I mean? Sure, you could argue, oh, it's going to get engagement. Sure, but it's not the best way. Like, in order for something like this to work, you need a unified front. Everyone banding together. Bro, look at Bricks and Minifigs. Look at Bricks and Minifigs, right? Like, everyone is unified supporting Reckless Ben. Everybody. That's what you need. You need a unified front where not a single person feels like they're left out. That's what you need. And even then, it's like, will they do it type of thing, right? The way he delivered this it's just going to create discourse, and it's going to actually hurt the problem. It's going to actually make the problem worse, in my opinion, because now you're going to have people that are on board with a movement of removing or diminishing pay to win, but are going to be going against his movement because they feel like he was being disrespectful, he was being toxic, he was being racist, whatever that may be. And that split is like, you know, video game companies might look at some of these things and be like, oh, it looks like not everyone is in support of this movement, right? Like, you just, the point that I'm saying is, in order to get a movement like this going, and in order to give yourself a legitimate chance at having your movement actually impact the space, you need a unified front. You need a unified front. You don't want to create discourse within the people that you're trying to unify. So, yeah. That's of course if he is trying to do that, which I'm going to take his word for it. In this video, it does seem like he's trying to band that together to push. He's trying to make a statement, right? Unless he is just rage bait. I mean, if he's rage baiting, then none of this matters. He's just doing it for clicks and stuff, and that's, you know, whatever. That's nothing new in the content creating space. But yeah, assuming that he is actually trying to make a movement, that's just not the best way to do it, man. That's just not the best way. Armagon is going to be live in 1 hour. Okay, I don't know if I want to swap categories just yet. Maybe we watch it later towards the end. I kind of wanted to just go into doing a little bit of AION2 since I'm a retard and play a little bit, and then maybe hop on the alt channel to continue leveling my my retarded gladiator. What's your favorite class? Brawler. I like Brawler a lot. Wait, you held out? I held out on what? Point and laugh, chat. You're not only retarded, but the racist part of it? Yeah, yeah. No, Glad is not well, it can tank, but I don't know where the fuck they're going with Glad. Yeah, I don't know. If we go based off of their performance, they are just simply an off tank right now. An off tank melee DPS. You need a VPN to play AION2 from Europe right now? Yes. Man, what a video. Listen, I don't know about you guys, but I found the video entertaining. I know you guys told me some creators are like, I can't watch this. I thought it was pretty funny to watch, that is. Oh, I didn't do my dailies here. Shit. Let's just go ahead and accept that, even though I probably shouldn't. What are the odds I get this? Fuck it, we roll the dice. No, 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 no. Damn. Struggling out here, man. Oh, fuck. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, that's fine. Oh, shit. Okay, let's just finish these up, yeah? Oh. I started Spirit Master yesterday, and it's legit one button DPS. Yeah, I don't play Spirit Master. I'm not sure what the macro is for that. Oh, is that what it is? Any Spirit Master mains in the chat? Is it one button? In regards to AION2 specifically, if a game is free to play, I expect core features to not be paywalled, and plenty of other games exist with more ethical business models. Yeah. There are plenty of other games that have better, more ethical business models for sure. Imagine the face of ZYBAK if AION2 is ultra success in September because of thought. It doesn't matter what ZYBAK is saying about the game. The game, from a numbers launch perspective, it's gonna garner a lot of people. Like, if you think no one's gonna play AION2 launch, like the Steam chart numbers are gonna be low, you are actually delusional. It is going to be big. Like if you think, oh no, dude, no one's gonna play AION2, launch is gonna be like 20K. No, it's not. It's gonna be way more. Certainly gonna be the biggest new MMORPG launch of 2026. That's for sure. That's not like glazing the game, right? That's just, I think, being practical. Fuck, I didn't need to do that. There's gonna be a lot of people playing it. Now the population will fucking tank, that's for goddamn sure, right? But is it gonna peak high? Yeah, it'll definitely peak high. For sure. Yo, hi ZYBAK, we just reacted to your video, bro. I had to tell my chat that I don't think you are actually being racist. Your intention is not to be racist. But holy shit, you said some things that certainly, like, I gotta admit, some of this stuff does come across that way. But I feel like I gave your video a fair shake. Dun, 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 dun. Where are we going? We're going to the new zone now. I want a good MMORPG. I have a question though. Since I'm a retard for playing this game, and you're watching the retard play the game, what does that mean? Wait, hold on. What does that mean? It was a joke. You don't have to answer that. You don't have to answer that. Oh man. It's like watching Love Island. Yeah. So yo, ZYBAK, while you're in here, I think the biggest criticism that I have on your video is if your intention is to actually try and make a positive movement, because I think what you're trying to accomplish, again, assuming you're not rage baiting, I'm assuming you're not. Well, I mean, I understand you're trying to get views and engagement on it, but assuming that the point of the video is to actually garner support with the movement, I think, like, I find the purpose of your movement to be admirable. Like, essentially you want to get rid of pay to win and create MMOs. Like 100% I'd be on board with that. But the way you're doing it, man, I just disagree with the way you're doing it. Calling to harass people, like essentially telling people to harass people if they're playing the game, like that is generally not the way you unite people. That was my biggest criticism when I was reacting to your thing. Like if you truly do want to make this a movement, there are obviously much better ways to do it. Yeah. My intention honestly wasn't positive. We both know they aren't going to change the game. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. Yeah, they're just gonna milk it. Yeah. Okay, so so your intention wasn't, so your intention was more of just you want to bash NCSoft, rather than, because it sounded like you were trying to do a CTA, right? I mean, you literally did do a CTA. You were telling people to make fun of, you were calling on people to do certain things and share the video, like the video. It really, I mean, it definitely came across as a movement type of video. So so why not have some fun? Yeah, I guess, like, for me, it's just like the intention, right? Like if your intention is to try and make a movement with it, then obviously that's not the way to do it. If you're trying to get just engagement with it, then I think the only downside to just rage bait engagement would be, I'm pretty sure using the word retard hurts your algo. Although someone in the chat said it doesn't matter, but I'm pretty sure it does. So I think you're actually cucking yourself by using that word rather than like a different word. Yeah. I think you would have gotten more engagement on it if you didn't actually use that word via the YouTube algo. That's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. Oh, for the algo? Wait, but like, why would you sacrifice if that word is going to hurt your visibility on the video? Because the way YouTube algo works, why would that be the sacrifice you're willing to make if you're trying to get views? Is dodge an iframe in Ion 2? Yes, only perfect dodge though. So I take it you're not gonna play Ion 2. You should. You should play Ion 2. Could get traction that way. Asmon likes to react to it. Asmon will most likely only react to it if it has gone viral, right? That's kind of the edge. I mean, who knows? I mean, I'm not like, I don't, just based off of what Asmon does react to, he generally reacts to video. Like if it's from like a relatively smaller, like ZYBAK, myself, like we're all smaller in in comparison to someone like Asmon. In order for him to react to channels or videos from channels like us, is generally it has to be something that's kind of gone viral or relative to a subject that's hot. Honestly, the timing, yeah, if we're going to be talking about ZYBAK'S video strictly from a content creating perspective, the word R, the R word hurts the algo, I believe, and also the timing of the video is not the best. Yeah, like if I were on Team ZYBAK and I was consulting him strictly to try and get this video to get views, I would have actually consulted him to do the video later, to publish the video closer to launch, like maybe a week or two prior to launch. And then someone like Asmon might actually react to it, or a bigger content creator. It's just too early. No one's gonna react to it other than like people like me right now that are kind of more involved with it. I think it's just a little too early. Honestly, I don't take YouTube very seriously. I do it as a hobby where I make like 7 videos a year. Yeah. I mean, that's fair. That's fine. That's fine. Also, another thing, ZYBAK, while you're here, another thing, I think you gotta, I think you have to understand this, and this might, if you are responding to the feedback, ZYBAK, you have to understand that I think a lot of these impressions that you're getting from the AION2 community are from like the very small, less than 1%. I'm talking like the 2 to 5 Discord omega delusional shills, because a lot of your takes I actually agree with. If we're talking about like pay to win bad, Kuna exchange bad, pay to win, you know, PvP is still pay to win. Just because you could get the gear in game doesn't justify it not being pay to win. Like I, along with 99.9% of the community, actually agree with those takes, but like, you seem to be under the impression that's not the popular opinion, and that narrative, the opposite is kind of being pushed, and it's not. It's just being pushed by like delusional people, like the 2 or 3 delusional people that I have a big issue, that even have a big issue with me. Like for example, NCSoft has, even Korean NCSoft has never actually pushed and promoted their PvP to be like this fair and balanced game. They haven't, right? PvP is like side content in this game, and they're like, they just added an equalized mode, and they added, which by the way, the scrolls are at Nothing Burger. They added an equalized mode, and they added a gear capped open world abyss where you can't be over this gear score. So this is essentially like beginners, right? Or new players. For context, I've been playing on this fresh account for like fresh character, new class for like 2 weeks now, just over a week, and I'm already at 506. So I'm already I've already exceeded this, right? So yeah, like no one actually was saying the PvP was not pay to win. That's the thing. That's where it was kind of like ZYBAK seems to be under the impression everyone's saying the PvP is not pay to win. Like, no, bro. We are all saying the PvP is pay to win. Like for sure it's pay to win. right? So that was it's stuff that's kind of like that makes it feel like that makes the video feel a bit out of touch. You know what I'm saying? It's like Koreans are not calling for that, and you're repeatedly, you know, shitting on the Koreans and whatnot. It's like no Korean has been saying any of this stuff, like, at all. It's like you ask any Korean, hey, is PvP pay to win? Yeah, it is. And then it's, you know, it's done. And also being competitive, it's like, I think this would, okay, ZYBAK, while you're in here, I think this would be helpful information. So if we're looking specifically at the PvE, I don't give a fuck about PvP because PvP is like side content in this game. It's like PvP in Lost Ark. No one gives a fuck. Obviously, some people do, especially at launch, because you know the new PvPers are looking for a new game. But once the dust settles, no one's gonna really be. It's a PvE game. So like as a PvE game that has an objectively pay-to-win system with Kinokuna, just so you know, if you want to know how realistic it is to be relevant or compete as a non-spender, because that is kind of part of the crux of your video. If you were to look at like the dungeons, a non-spender can get their gear to the point where all of this is just, it's not a challenge because this game is very vertical, as you mentioned in your video. So all of this is no longer a challenge. Literally, as a non-swiper, you can come and carry people. And I say this because I have a friend. I took a break, so I'm not quite there yet, but I have a friend that's a non-spender, and that's what he does. He's like 925, 930k gear score, and very few people are brawler build. And this just happened. This just happened, right? To kind of give you perspective here. Is the website not working? Oh no. It's not working at the worst time. Oh, it's down? Damn. Okay, so very few people are at 1 mil gear score, and he, as a non-spender, is like 930. And as a PvE focused game, the only content that isn't a challenge anymore is the very last raid, and even this, if he's in a group with other people at his gear score level, even this is no longer a challenge. It's easy. So when you're saying that as a non-spender you can't be relevant, that's just not true, because you can quite literally complete all of the game's content, PvE content, as a non-swiper, and also be the carry as a non-swiper. Now, if you want to say you'll never be the very tippity top, like the very top, like, yeah, sure, but like you're not one mil, I think that's totally fair. A totally true and fair argument. But like not being relevant in the game is just not true. Can you be relevant on leaderboards, or is that whale bait? Leaderboards don't matter because you can cheese it, ZYBAK. That's the thing, right? Like there's not much weight in the leaderboards, by the way, including PvP. Like the PvP leaderboards, man, like this right here, this is so in Korea, everyone, like the PvP stuff is all about this. Brother, do you know what this is? This is literally kill count ranking and throne liberty. If you want to be here, you just need to play the game 24/7 and constantly gank people in the abyss, man. Like this is, it's like the rankings don't fucking matter, man. Like, you know, the only rankings that people actually give a fuck about, well, I take that back. I mean, I could be a little bit out of touch with this too, because I've been on a break, but like these right here is what a lot of people look at, DPS boards. And the same thing happened with Lost Ark too. People were looking at this, right? Because here's an example. There are certain areas, right? Like, okay, so for example, Nightmare. Okay, Nightmare. Bro, like you're getting points for something like this based off of tickets. So who's to stop you from getting tickets and hoarding your tickets? Because you get tickets, right? Like you, like just like this is a content usage ticket that they gave out for free. So if I really wanted to be rank 1, what I would probably do, I don't know if they changed this recently, but this used to be how it was. But I would just hoard these tickets so that I can get rank 1 that week or that month. Like back in the day, I think it was weekly. I think back in the day when the game first launched, it was weekly. So a lot of the stuff with the rankings can be cheesed. So I don't know, man. Maybe there's a certain group that really gives a fuck about the rankings, but the rankings aren't really. More people care about damage, DPS, what you're doing, how much damage are you doing, and it's the same as Lost Ark, right? Lost Ark, people also just care about like how much damage are you doing, how much gear do you know? Like when we're talking about the vertical progression with gear, like I said again, 100% pay to win, yeah, like for sure, right? Yeah, it's probably because I'm more competitively minded player. I like pushing PvP and world first rating. Yeah, like I said, the PvP, it's definitely pay to win. 100% it's pay to win. And to add fuel to your argument, another reason why it's pay to win is half of the gear pieces for best in slot PvE gear or PvP gear is also PvE is also PvE gear. And in order to progress your character even in PvP, you need to PvE. In order to PvE properly, you need to PvE. So yeah, PvP is definitely pay to win. It's very difficult to min-max your PvP shit as a non-spender. But even as a spender, it's difficult because, like, again, you have to push 2 gear sets, right? But for PvE, it's a little different. It is pay to win, but the context is different, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. In world first rating, yeah, that's gonna depend on whether or not they release Ludra day day 1, or if they release it later. I think NC America should release Ludra at a set date, but in Korea they just launched it, so whenever you got there, you got there. Yeah, but you can never do the same damage as someone who is spending. This is a simple fact. I wouldn't mind spending a sub. Yes. So assuming, of course, that you have the comparison is 2 whales of the same gear, or excuse me, 1 whaled, 1 didn't, and they are of the same level, like skill-wise. And they are in the exact same group composition. Yes, you are correct. Yes, you are correct. The whale will deal more damage than you per ways. Yes, absolutely. And if that's what the discussion is about, then that's a very valid one to have. However, I would also say this per ways. If you are someone that cares about that bit of advantage, are you also, this is an actual direct question to you. If you are, like, are you the type of person that has to play in the ideal group composition? Like, are you willing to sacrifice playing with your friends in order to play with another group of people that can keep up with you as a hardcore non-spender, and they play a very specific class? So your friends have to play Templar, Glad, or excuse me, Templar, Chanter. And they have to. You're talking about meta. Yes. Yeah. I'm talking about buying power directly. Yeah, I know, but so okay, so hold on. So we have content. We've got this content in AION2. And as a non-spender versus a whale, both can get to the point where all of these fights I hope that, again, I don't want this to come across as me defending AION2 because that's not what I'm doing. Okay. I feel like I do need to kind of give you guys a little bit of perspective though, right? So that it would reinforce your arguments when you have it. Okay, so in World of Warcraft, you can have 99 or 100 logs and it's your skill. In AION2, it would be pay to win. So I would so like you're saying 99 to 100 logs. So again, I'm not a WoW expert. I played a little WoW, obviously. Can you explain to me exactly what that means and how that would go in WoW? The 100, the 99, the 100 logs that you're referring to, just so that I can give like a better point of comparison. Because I'm not really in touch with that. I'm assuming that you mean Mythic Plus, right? Yeah, because I'm not 100% sure with that. 100 log would mean you're top DPS on the fight. So it's a fight and you're being logged in that fight. On that fight, it's in your class. Okay. I want to be competitive. I get so many sync stones. I try to roll BIS stats, but a whale can buy an infinite amount of yellow stones. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. It's definitely pay to win. Yeah, you will get it first as a whale. Yes. I want to try and not conflate like different conversations. I want to understand what Perways is trying to say. Means you DPS in the 99th or 100th percentile of your class for all logs. Okay, so this is across everything, right? Okay, thank you. The heck? Okay, thank you. Yeah, like you can compare your class with other classes. So this is like, it doesn't factor your gear score, right, Perways? It doesn't factor your gear score. Yes, you have gear. So it's not like separating. You can filter by, so you're being logged based off of your DPS within your gear score bracket, or just across it doesn't matter what gear you have, you're all in the same bracket. And if you're 100, whatever, then you're top 1% across the entire game, across all, let's say, Fury Warriors. But you can filter the data. Okay, so my understanding, just so you know, just to keep the conversation consistent, right? If we're talking about overall, like who's the biggest dick, who's dealing the most damage as a warrior, like when an expansion launches, like there is a pay to win element within that too, right? Because you can pay to progress faster in WoW, right? Like gold definitely has value. It will give you an advantage, right? And believe me, I'm not trying to make this WoW is just as pay to win as AION2. I have to remind my chat constantly that the pay to win pressure in WoW is completely different to Korean MMOs. So just so you know, that's not the direction I'm going with this. Because no one can technically carry you because they probably don't have the gear either. Not really at the start. No. Like you can definitely like gold. So we're talking about people, right? We're talking about people. We're talking about a system. We're talking about a system. It's a matter of whether it can be done or it can't be done, right? You can buy raid carries, but that don't guarantee gear. And even if you're max level, that don't guarantee gear. Well, you would be guaranteed gear as long as you're constantly buying the raid carries, right? Right? Even if you're max eye level, you still get shit logs if you're bad. Yeah, right. Okay, I agree. Okay, so here's the comparison to AION2. And then so I'm not trying to debate anything here. I'm just trying to give you guys the information as to what it's like in AION2, and then you can make your own assumptions from this, okay? All right. Okay, so in AION2, the thing that a lot of people are looking at when it comes to performance are these parses, just like this, okay? So this is your combat power. 760K to 780K. Within this bracket, the median DPS, okay, like Spirit Master is performing at the highest. This is their ceiling, this is their floor, okay, within this gear score bracket, right? So is this pay to win, like in the sense that like, how are you performing within these brackets? The pay to win pressure performing within your respective brackets feels less pay to win because you're just, whether you're swiping or not, like if you swipe, you're no longer gonna be in this bracket, right? Like it's specifically within that bracket, right? So the pressure to perform at the highest stage within your bracket is lower because you just keep going vertical, right? And the thing to understand with this game is it's different to WoW when it comes to its vertical progression. This game is way more vertical, way more. You cannot power creep all the content in WoW, from my understanding, right? Like you can't just get your gear to the point where a mythic raid is just completely trivialized, right? Or can you? Not in the current expansion. Okay. You can't. So what a lot of people are going to say to justify the pay to win, the pay to win pressure that AION2 has, because it for sure has more pay to win pressure. We're talking about PvE, by the way, compared to WoW. I 100% concede that. Like I would agree with you on that hardcore. Is that when you get to like this range and you can get here as free to play, or not sub to play, like non-spender. If I say free to play, just know I mean sub to play. All of the content becomes trivialized and you don't get a proper parse because you go into a dungeon, and I could show you this with some of these guys if the site was up. The reason why Sin can parse really high in some of these, they'll go into an end game dungeon and the fight will be over in like 30 seconds. Right? So the amount that you pay to win when you're at this level, it's not even a fair comparison, because it's like if I'm playing Brawler and at my gear score level, which is 500 right now, on a dummy, my first 10 seconds of the fight, I'm parsing 1.2 million DPS. So like that fight is going to be very much catered to. So the point that I'm making is that this game continues to push you vertical to the point where the content becomes trivial. A lot of the content becomes trivial. And now that DPS diff between you and the whale becomes less significant and important because it's not a fair fight. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Like if there was still like that big dick raid at the end where it's like a legitimate, like when you're at this bracket, there's dungeons for that where you can't just like completely one shot. If there were dungeons like, if that's how the endgame would be played, then obviously the pay to win pressure would be even greater, because yes, you do deal more damage as a pay to win player. But because as a non-spender, you start blowing through all the content, people care less. And I would argue that that does diminish the pay to win pressure. Let's say you're my friend and you're in this bracket right now. Okay. When you go in, you can easily carry it for your friend and you finish the dungeon in a fraction of the time. Do you care that you're dealing a little bit less damage? Does that make sense? Like that mindset is going to be present. It doesn't justify it, by the way. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there are going to be people that are like, well, it's pointless to swipe for this to get into this bracket, when at this bracket, I'm just fucking blowing through everything anyway. And this is what ends up enticing people to make alts, right? Because then when you make an alt, you go through this ladder system again, where you're going back up through the ladder through the content. How am I performing at 400, 420? How am I performing at 420 to 440? How am I performing at 440 to 460? And the way you build your character and the way you play the game and how good your skill is with the fights does play a huge role in your DPS within these brackets. Does that make sense? I don't know why you play a game, even if the entire thing is trivialized. What's the point? Vertical progression, ZYBAK. Because at some point through that push, all of this content, it is difficult. All of the content is relatively difficult to being very difficult at some point. And then you get power to push past it. And the dopamine hit with this game is, fuck, I feel like a god now. I can carry. I've got a big schlong. I can clear this content. I can carry. And NCSoft has essentially designed their content cadence in a way where once you're kind of there, then eventually they're going to add new content. So when I stopped playing the game, this raid right here was actually very difficult. And yes, like you said, ZYBAK, this was a whale only when it came to like the first clears of it. 100%. So is there pay to win pressure there? Yes, which is precisely why I'll be the first one to tell you there's way more pay to win pressure within this PvE system than there is in WoW, right? But I want you to, I'm explaining this to you guys not to defend or to go against this system. I'm explaining this to you guys so that you have a better understanding of what the vertical progression system is like in this game. So it seems like the game is all about the prestige of carrying. Thus, instead, the dopamine hit and the point of this game, more or less, if you really get down to it, ZYBAK, is that you get stronger. Your character, and you cannot say that's objectively bad, because there are people that are addicted to progression games. The downside of playing an MMO where it takes you millions and millions, and let's just say thousands of hours for 1% gain of power, the downside to that system is that it can get boring. It doesn't excite you. This is why ARPGs exist, and this is why ARPGs have seasonal resets, right? This game certainly isn't an ARPG, but believe me, when you go into these fights and then you're doing this, right? You're like, okay, I actually made some upgrades with my character now. Here we go. Boom. Oh, wait, I didn't start this. And I'm seeing that number go up and I'm carrying people, right? That feels good. It feels good. Obviously not good for everyone, like, so, but that's what that's been the game design with AION2 so far. It's been, you go vertical and you continue to go vertical, and as you go vertical, obviously there are diminishing returns. Obviously, you're not just, it's not an ARPG where you're just ramping at the same rate. There are diminishing returns. The progression rates become slower. Of course, all of that still plays a factor, but this game allows you to power creep most of the content is what I'm saying, right? But it gets undercut by the credit card, I guess. No, you're right. It does. It absolutely does. It absolutely does. But what I'm trying to explain is just how it's packaged in this, right? The reason why some people are going to be justifying it, the reason why some people are going to say it's less pressure than like a Lost Ark. For example, Lost Ark, brother, Lost Ark always increases their Lost Ark is a good example of like it's very difficult to power creep the fights in Lost Ark like you can in AION2, right? So I felt way more pressure to swipe in Lost Ark than I did in AION2. Again, when it came to PvE, I'm not, and that's not to be conflated with me saying there is none. There is, which is why, again, let me remind you, I am saying it's definitely more pay to win than WoW, for sure. And good luck getting invited to any keys with gray logs. Okay, so Perways, just so you know, so okay, that's out the way. These numbers here, okay, here's another element to this that you guys should probably understand. Your DPS is not entirely based on just your gear. Obviously, you know, the gear and the gear, the knowledge of the fights, how well you perform on your class, and the way you build is obviously important, as it is with all games. Another thing you guys should understand is that your gear, or excuse me, your numbers are going to be heavily influenced based off of the fights that you choose to parse your numbers in, based off of the group composition you're in, and based off of your physical location relative to the server. So if you are the type of person that doesn't want to get diffed because of an unfair advantage with pay to win, just know that you're going to be, it's more than just the pay to win that's going to diff you. It's more than just you're not going to just get diffed by pay to win. You're going to get diffed by, you know, obviously all like same with WoW, like how well you play your class, your knowledge of the fight obviously plays a huge part in WoW and all games. So like forget about those things. You're going to get really diffed by the composition that you're in. We're not talking 10, 20%. The DPS difference can be upward. The DPS difference between having like a very solid Chanter and Templar in your group versus not having those classes can literally be 2 to 3x your overall damage, your DPS. That's how big it is. It's fucking massive. I can go in a fight. I wish I could show you my numbers, but I can go in a fight and I can parse in that fight. I can parse like my DPS for that specific fight that'll get logged could be like 400k. It could be like 300k. That same fight, I could potentially do 120k, depending on the people I'm with. So it's a huge diff with the group composition you're in, number one. Number two, your physical location to the server and how good your computer is massive. It's massive. Far greater than, like, WoW doesn't come close to how ping sensitive and FPS sensitive AION2 is. If you'd like to know how it's sensitive, my DPS on a target dummy, same rotation, macroed, on Templar, my DPS on a test dummy, last time I tested it, was 85k with 1 ping. 0 to 10 ping. 85k DPS on a 1 minute parse. With 200 ping, my DPS was 45k. 45k. Okay. So, sorry. Again, these are not things that are justifying the pay to win here. I'm just telling you guys, I'm trying to give you extra perspective as to what the PvE experience is like, because it'll help you gauge how aggressive the pay to win is going to feel for you. My highest DPS right now with my character is 427k, and my average is 300. I mean, that alone is a 50% diff, by the way. And it heavily depends on the classes you're running with. I played with this class, or this run right here, I played with a geared healer and a geared Templar. This run right here, not so much. Drops immediately. So if you're of the group, if you're of the people that want a fair PvE logging / parsing experience, this is not that game. But it's not that game not only because of the pay to win, it's because of everything else. How ping sensitive it is, how group comp sensitive it is, how PC FPS performance sensitive it is. All of the above. It's all of it. It's all of it. It's not just the pay to win. And because, like, put it this way, how many people in Taiwan care about being at the top of the DPS meters for their respective classes right now? I'm going to tell you right now, zero. Pretty much in a practical sense, 0 people care. You know why they don't care? They don't care because they have no chance of being there. They have no shot because their ping is 200. It's impossible for them to be up there. Like, your DPS will always be lower than someone that has 50 less ping than you in the game. Always. Your DPS will always be significantly, I'm talking like not 10 to 20%, guys. It will always be way lower than someone that cherry picks their fights and plays in the most ideal group. Most ideal. You want to get DPS, you want maximum DPS, you roll with a Templar and a juiced Chanter. And you live on top of where the servers are you live on top of where the servers are located, and then the pay to win becomes a factor. Well, it can be a factor obviously before it, because pay to win could obviously help cover other gaps, but it also becomes a factor, I should say. In addition to that, it becomes a factor. Sorry. That ping issue becomes way worse than the pay to win aspect. That's worrisome. Yes. So right now, right, in my opinion, because most of the casuals, the majority of the player base that plays this game, they're not going to be sweating to be ranked PvE players. I'm of the opinion that most people that play the game for PvE, because they can push through all the content to the point where they feel strong and they can carry, I think the pay to win impact for PvE is going to be less significant compared to games like Lost Ark. However, what is going to be a very big talking point when this comes out to the West is what is currently the biggest talking points in Korea, which is class balance and performance. Koreans are currently talking about how much of a DPS difference there is between FPS. They don't even know about the ping diff. Just the FPS balance, just the FPS and computer performance difference alone right now is garnering enough chatter amongst the Korean communities. And obviously the ping, like, everyone has one ping, so everyone has very low ping. Well, actually, the people from Busan can feel it too, by the way. The people that live in Busan and playing on a Seoul server, they can feel it too. So that is, like, so if you have people that are playing on 30 ping that can feel that feel like they're being diffed with DPS because of 30 ping, imagine what it's going to be like in global when you have West Coast Andes playing on East Coast, right? So yeah. So the pay to win element. Here's the pay to win. Here's how you can spend your money to increase your DPS in AION2. Obviously, use the Kuna exchange, increase your gear, buy a house or residence in Virginia if you're playing NA East. Okay, buy a $6,000 computer to make sure you are performing at optimal settings with the highest frame rate possible. Make sure that your friends that you're playing with are, especially your healer, is also geared out the ass, because the more damage that healer deals, the bigger their heals and the better they're going to perform. A geared healer is going to give you more DPS as a DPS. So you better hope that your Templar and Chanter that's also giving you DPS, and they have to play those two classes because those two classes provide the biggest buffs to you as the DPS. They also have to be performing very well. So they also need to be living in Virginia if you're playing East Coast server with $6,000 computers. So if you really want to go this route of like, man, I need to be the top 1%, but like this needs to be there, this needs, like I need to be the top guy, then you're going to need a lot more than just pay to win in AION2. You're going to need a lot more than just the pay to win in AION2. And I don't know. I don't know if you guys are taking this positively or negatively. I don't give a fuck whether you take this positively or negatively. I'm having fun with the game. I enjoy the game. I'm going to play the game. I'm just telling you guys how it is. This is what it is. Okay, like this is the reality of AION2. This is the reality of it. Some of you guys might be taking this as, okay, so the pay to win is not the bigger concern here. Some of you guys are thinking, oh, so, pay to win is worse. I don't know. However you guys are taking it, you take it that way, but this is what it is. In AION2, if you want to be at the top of DPS, because we're talking about PvE, you not only need, it's not just the Kina that you have to purchase or you will purchase. That's like the least, I think, for me, I think that's the least important thing. Like, you need to make sure you find a group comp first. You need to be living close to the server and have a good computer. These three things I would say are more important to your overall performance. Okay, you ready? Look at this. This guy right here, this median 1.48 versus 1.8. That's 400,000 more DPS from 1 mil to 960. What's more significant, guys? What is a bigger DPS diff? Having 1 ping versus 150 ping, or having 40 or having 20k more gear score, 40k more gear score, 40k more gear score, 40 or 60, 80k more gear score, 80k more gear score, or having 150 less ping? See what my point is? It's not really a point, it's just perspective. I'm just giving you more perspective. You still need hands. You need all of the above. You need the proper build. You need hands, you need knowledge of the fight. And you also need to pick the right fight. Guess what happens if your number is bigger than absolutely nothing? Right, exactly what Mr. Hay is saying. This is the reason why a lot of people aren't going to give a shit about this. A lot of people aren't going to give a shit about... A lot of people aren't going to place value in even the... A lot of people still will, but a lot of people won't place value in this too, because they're going to be like, oh, well, it doesn't matter. You're only diffing me because you're fucking living on the server. You're only diffing me because you have a godlike computer. You know, there's always going to be these other factors that won't really make it a fair fight. If you're looking for... So I guess here's my take. I've been trying to just give you information. Here's my take on the situation. If you're looking for competitive PvE, play WoW. Play Final Fantasy, man. That's clearly not what they're delivering in AION2. AION2, what they're delivering is they're delivering PvE in a way where the focus is more about just getting stronger. That's the focus. The PvE in AION2 is less about being competitive. It's more about just you're pushing your character, you're getting stronger every single day, and you see that damage coming in every single day, every other day, and then you just keep pushing. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what they're delivering. If you're looking for a game with integrity, look elsewhere. I mean, I mean, if you're looking for a game that's more fair, then just go play those games, man. That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah. I think if you're looking for a game for integrity, you shouldn't be playing MMOs, period, I think. Like, I think, right? Like, there are better genres out there that are gonna deliver you a real even fight, or give you real fair playing ground than MMOs. MMOs is about, dude. Vertical progression MMOs is all about just like, for me, it's all about just getting the power, the RPG portion of it, right? You level up, you gear up, you get power, you test the skills that you do have and knowledge within the fights. You learn the fights, you test your character, and your characters build within it, and then you hope they drop more content. All right, also, I just bought a house in Virginia, upgrading my PC to be the best. Then you have a huge advantage. Novak. Okay, you're all right with that, Kanon? But it still doesn't feel good when you farm your ass off and someone is pay to win. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's why, like I was saying before in ZYBAK'S video, right? I would be in support of, you know, I'm not going to lead it, but, you know, I'm not against someone trying to make a charge to remove pay to win in MMOs. I think that's admirable, but I just don't think that ZYBAK, who's in the chat right now, I don't think he went the right way about doing it. The way he did it. Will it be more pay to win than Lost Ark? I feel this game is for sure less pay to win than Lost Ark. We're talking about PvE. If I don't provide any context to these opinions, just know that I'm talking about PvE and not PvP. I'll be a Caucasian pay figure. It's okay. Other people can go about it the right way, but it seems like the right way hasn't ever worked. LOL. Honestly, fair. Yeah, honestly, fair. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, here's some additional Korean context because I feel like this would be helpful for you. One of the biggest issues, this is part subjective, but also objective. Well, yeah. Well, I'm going to tie my subjective opinion to this objective information I'm giving you. So Koreans have a big issue with cash shop pay to win. So like, you know, in Lost Ark, you know, and previous NC Self titles, you know, when you go to the shop and it's like, buy this, you can buy 10 of these packages a week and it resets every week. And in order to stay up to date, compete, you need to buy these packages. You know what I'm saying? Like that, especially with RNG involved, those Koreans have a big issue with. So Koreans will tell you they are also against pay to win. They don't like pay to win. However, cultural differences. Koreans, for whatever reason, are actually okay with the market exchange. They're okay with being able to swipe and give their Kina to a player or give their Kuna to a player in exchange. I know. Look, I don't think it's good. Westerners don't think it's good, but I'm just telling you what is. They don't have a problem with that. So when you have Koreans tell you, oh, the monetization isn't bad with AION2, that's what they mean. They're looking, and I'm just giving you context here, perspective. They mean that the cash shops and stuff like this is not bad because they are okay. Like if NCSoft actually removed the Kina Kuna exchange, there would be a lot of people that would riot in Korea. Believe it or not. As crazy as that may sound, it's true. A lot of people would actually be upset with it. And we even saw this in Throne and Liberty, right? When we were talking about in Throne and Liberty. It is what it is. And the reason why I think, here's my subjective opinion tied into this. The reason why I think these systems carry on in the West is because it's seen as acceptable in the East. And obviously a huge part of their income comes from the exchange, obviously, right? And I think Korean developers, so, like the ones that implement these systems, are simply too stubborn to adopt a Western monetization system where they remove it, especially when a big chunk of their revenue from that game is coming from that same system that is accepted in the East. That's my take on it. But it is that specific system is acceptable in the East, in Korea. I should say. Is there any cap to buy currency right now in AION2? No. You can buy as much as you want per ways. However, within that same context, I should say that this game is very punishing for whales. So here's what I mean by this. When you don't spend, the rate in which you gain mats and stuff, let's just say it's paced out at a 5. Scale 1 to 10. Not like a good or bad. Let's just put a number on it so we can get a point of comparison. The pacing of that is like at a 5. You don't feel like, oh fuck, I need, like, of course you feel like you need Kina, but like you're waiting. So essentially, here, let me give you a real world example. So here I have this, right? I've got these heroic gears that I'm trying to upgrade. I'm trying to transfer these yellow pieces into the heroic gears. In order for me to do so, I need heroic transfer stones. Okay, get rid of this. I go into substance morph and I need these. This is what I need. And I need these. These right here are not easy to get. And I can get them by dissolving this. So is that pay to win? Absolutely, because I can just fucking whale these out. However, This shit is so fucking expensive. If you've ever played BDO, also another game that is objectively pay to win, you know a lot of BDO players justify their pay to win by saying it's not worth it to swipe because it's way too fucking expensive and you can just grind it out. Some of that is also present in AION2 because it is so fucking expensive to swipe for these things. This shit right here is like 60 to 70 fucking mil. 60 to 70 mil, man. And if I wanted to swipe for that, it's just really fucking expensive, right? And for what? Like I've got to wait on other shit anyway. So it's like I can do it if I want to just buy everything, but it's just it's like, even as someone that even me, like I spend money to progress to be able to make content out of it. It's like most of the time it's not even worth it for me. It's not even worth it for me to swipe, right? But of course that does justify people will still swipe, and this is why you see some people that are at the tippity top. Now, if you're a non-swiper, though, the rate in which you get these transfer stones and other mats that you would need when you're ready to upgrade this gear, because you're going to be farming Kina, and as you farm Kina and you're kind of like, okay, I'm kind of due for an upgrade, you're going to get a lot of these mats organically by playing the game, and you're not going to feel like you're bottlenecked on an item. Another example of this is upgrade enhanced stones, especially this is a great example because this example was very much present at the start of AION2. This mat right here was like a whale trap because you had to swipe a lot of money to get more of these, but these were not your bottleneck if you were not spending money. So if you're not spending money, you're not feeling that bottleneck, but if you are spending money, you're getting bottlenecked by this and that a lot, and you're just, it's like, fuck, this is way too expensive to swipe. So the whales, the omega whales, and I'm talking like people that are willing to spend $10,000+ those people will obviously still swipe. But the people that are generally like, yeah, I'm down to put in a couple of thousand, a lot of those people won't actually put that money in because they're going to be like, wait, if I put in like 2 or 3 grand, what am I getting out of this? I'm actually not getting much. Fuck, is that worth my 2 or 3 grand? No. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like some of that was also present in BDO too. And that's kind of why I was giving the BDO example. Obviously 2 different games, 2 different monetization styles, but I'm just saying, like, when it comes to the pressure, which is a very subjective thing, it felt kind of like that. The guy I was talking to who played on Taiwan said that if the PvE is too difficult, you can just resurrect yourself over and over to pay to win item. Okay, so yeah, yes and no. You have res stones. These res stones in the raids, you can only res twice. You get 2 reses, and that's it. So that's, you know, that's, I think that's obviously a nothing burger. Okay, so whatever. The regular dungeons, the regular dungeon content, yes, you can use the res stone to revive within the game. However, the game gives you a lot of stones, a lot. And as long as you're decent at the game or being frugal and not wasting them, like I'm saying, I fucking died here, so if I just not use a redstone, I'll spawn here and then run back, right? As long as you're not wasting them like that, you should be okay. But if you're not frugal and just using them left and right, you will run out of them, and then you can buy some additional ones in the shop for Kuna. Where is it? Here, you need a sub to buy it. Here, consumables. Where is it? You could buy an X amount. Here, redstones right here. You can buy 14 a week, and this is with Kina. Oh, I thought it was Kuna into Kina. This is Kina, so this is with gold, right? This is with gold and not premium currency. And you can also farm these in the game. You can also farm these in the game. No, you don't use these in PvP. No, you don't use these in PvP. Completely different thing with PvP. In PvE, this is you can farm this in game. You can buy them with Kina here, and the game just gives you a lot for free. As long as you're being frugal with it, you'll be fine. The people that are going to have an issue with this are the ones that are not being frugal. They're using left and right and are playing poorly and just are dying left and right. Those will be the people that are punished with this. How long does it take us to catch up to a whale? Like 2 months of free-to-play progress. Can we compete with day one whale? Okay, so we're talking about day one. You said day one, right? So if you're free-to-play, you can compete. But are you going to compete with that whale? No. In terms of damage, no. The whale will definitely be way ahead of you in damage, for sure. But can you compete, as in, like, can you do the content and push? Yes, but okay, so like maybe I'm confusing your stuff. So like if you're a whale, let's say you're going to be doing Fire Temple early, and if you're not, you might be doing Vakrin first, right? You might be stuck on Vakrin for longer, versus a whale, they can kind of speed through this faster, and they'll be kind of like on this dungeon, for example. So yeah. Compete is not equal to, yeah, that's why I was a little bit unsure, because we're talking about PvE, so I don't really know what compete means, I guess. When they say compete, I kind of default to damage done, and obviously you're not going to deal the same damage as a whale. But the thing is, like, the way that this is, well, I guess it kind of depends. When you get to that last dungeon, it might be like that. I meant PvP wise, actually. If you're playing the game actively and you're playing a lot, as a free-to-play player, if you're good and you play a lot, you are still going to shit on the vast majority of people, right? You will get shat on by a whale, but the amount of whales you come across will be minimal. So that video where you saw that gladiator 1v he's a god. He is like there's like less than 10 people out of like, I don't remember. Don't quote me on this, but there's very, very few people that swiped to that extent. Put it this way. I played the game a lot at launch. I never encountered any Omega whale to that extent. That video was from a single person out of like the hundreds of thousands of people. The chances of you meeting that person on the battlefield, if you do, you'll get shat on, but the chance of you meeting that person is like slim to none. The vast majority of the people you're going to meet on the battlefield, you will be able to kill them if you are playing the game actively and you're good. And the reason why I know this is true is because my ass was PvPing with Solid, and Solid was he was a free-to-play player, and he was completely wrecking almost everyone he came by. He was destroying everyone. So like, to say you can't compete in PvP week one as a free-to-play player, it's just objectively false. Now, if you want to say you can't compete against a whale specifically, that is objectively true. But the context here is you're probably not going to run into that person because there's so few of those people. Literally the only place where whales bottleneck you is 1v1, 5v5. But see, like, even the arenas, man. So Sony was a top 10 glad as a non-spender. Non-spender as in like he bought the subs. Dude, Sony didn't swipe in KR. And in the first month, he was top 10 glad as an arena. Then he got Zerg. Well, we're not talking about Zerg. We're talking about arena. Right? And that was with the ping diff. God damn, just thinking about that right now. Holy fuck, Sony's a gamer. Holy fuck, Sony's a gamer. Sony's like top 10. Think about this. Sony was top 10. So Sony was top 10 as a non-spender on Glad with 200 ping. Fuck, that's actually very impressive. I just realized this. Damn. Yeah, but it could be different in global. Guys, just so you know, everything can be very different in global. Also, you got to understand, things feel less pay to win when a game launches for the first time. That's something that I think is also true. The power gap between whales and non-spenders, I think, is less significant when the game is actually launching for the first time, where no one knows what the fuck they're doing. Because whales are going to whale out on shit that isn't optimal because no one knows what optimal is. What's better, attack or weapon damage boost? Do you know? If you've never played this game before, you don't. You have to get the traits and test it, right? But now that the game has been out, there will probably be a bigger diff between whales and free to play because people know what they need to spend their money on. Yeah, Shroud's gonna be playing global. I invited him to my raid group if he wants to push for that raid early. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? Okay, hold on. Let me just gather what I'm trying to do here. I'm fucked on energy, so I can't do that. Nightmare, no, I'm okay with that. I could do this tomorrow. I think people overestimate how many whales there are. Yeah. So, yeah, that. And also... And I think this is why Lost Ark also lasted longer than it did, because Lost Ark is also very obviously pay to win in that sense. The ironic thing about whales and pay to win with PvE games like this, the irony is that outside of the game, everyone shits on the whales, but within the game, everyone loves the whales because it's PvE. All you motherfuckers in the chat, when you are trying to put your party together and a whale joins your party, you're going to be like, yes, let's take the whale. Yes, he's so fucking juice. This guy is juice. Yeah, we get him. That's what happens. Obviously not every single one of you guys, but that's what ends up happening. It's like, it's what it is. That's what it is. In PvP, no. In PvP, a whale makes everyone's experience worse. It's literally one guy is happy and the whole world is not. But in PvE, everyone ends up being like, yo, that guy's juice, let's get him in there. That's what it is. It's all about the prestige. Yeah, ZYBAK, I'm telling you, brother, this is not that game. This is, once you accept the fact that AION2 is not the prestige competitive, World Cup, soccer, NFL, basketball, fair game, respect my skill type. Once you accept that, then you'll probably be able to move on. That's not what this game is, guys. It's just not. Whether that's a good thing for you or not a good thing for you, this is a game that just simply focuses on power, vertical progression, and you have a series of content that you can go through as you push your power. That's what it is. And some people like that. I like that. I think it's fun. If I want my like, am I gonna be sitting here being like, I'm the best player in the game, I'm so fucking good at this game? No, like, I'm not, and no one should. That's not what this game is. This game is very much, damn, you're strong, damn, you can carry. That's what it is. It's cool, and yeah, everyone can do that. Everyone can do that. Like when you're looking for a group right here, right? And I'm looking for a group for Citadel, and I put a room up, and some dude that is 950 gear score tries to join, and another dude that's 1 mil gear score tries to join. Who do you think I'm taking? Most of you guys are gonna say, oh, you're gonna take the 1 mil because he's the whale. No, you're not. You're not going to give a fuck because it doesn't matter. The 950 guy is going to be just as good. You're going to be looking at what class he plays. That's what you're going to be like, oh, the 950 guy's a juiced fucking, he's a juiced fucking chanter. Taking him. Yes, I'm taking him. No. Yeah, we take this 950, 950 chanter and a 1 mil sin, or we take a 1 mil chanter and like a 950 and wait, sorry, Jesus, fuck, I just used the same numbers. You guys get my point. you guys get my point. 950 versus 1 mil. Yeah, combat power. Combat power. Yeah. Like if I'm sitting there, and I see a 950 and I see a 950 and a 1 mil both join my party, it's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter because both of them, like, look, if I'm sitting here and I'm trying to clear Hall of Illusion and a 950 guy joins or a 1 mil, it's not gonna matter because he's gonna carry it anyway. It's just gonna be over like that. And if we're within the same bracket, I'm gonna gatekeep based off of class over gear score. Well, unless the gear score discrepancy is far too great. Hold on, let me just get on my Glad. Is there any downsides to playing on an early access server? I think the biggest downside is that when the servers do get merged, or when the auction house clusters do get merged, you will technically be at a disadvantage because you and your economy would have started late. But by the time they merge, it's gonna that difference is gonna be so insignificant unless they drop the ball and merge it like 2 weeks after. That would be stupid. But assuming they merge it months later like they usually do, it's not gonna really matter, man. Aside from that, it's just FOMO, seeing everyone play like a week in advance. Need to level up this Glad. I gotta save the very few entries that I do have. The very few energy that I do have, I need to say, I'm actually, this is crazy. For the first time in a month and a half, 2 months. Oh man, well actually no, I take that back. I only installed my Brawler like 2 weeks ago, a week or two. Guys, how long has it been since Brawler has been out? Has it been a week and a half? Did they roll back the pay to win? They did not roll back anything. They consolidated the membership prices. Dude, look at her eyes, man. Fuck, man. Graphically, goddamn, this game does look good. Graphically, this game is definitely the fucking standard. That's for goddamn sure. Fuck, I might as well just fly there. Fuck! Wait! No! I forgot this is not my main! God damn it. If AION2 had trait mechs like Throne, I wouldn't hate it. Trait mechs? What do you mean? I really think it's going to be another LA movement. People are going to play out of the hype of the couple months. Listen, guys. I think it's just, in general, very difficult for any Korean MMO to be as successful as BDO. It's just like BDO and MapleStory are the only ones that were able to stick around for a long time with a large player base. Lost Ark would have been potentially the biggest, the next one in line that could have done that. But honestly, I think Lost Ark wasn't able to do it not because of the pay to win, but more so because of just the progression systems and how they spaced out content and how, like, what the experience was like to progress your character. I don't think AION2 is going to be BDO levels of success if we're talking about player-based numbers. That's just the reality. It really is. I think it's going to be, I think it's going to reach out to more people just because of the nature of it being PvE, but I don't think it's just going to sustain as well as BDO. There's just no way, because This game is just if you have a vertical progression game that does not have resets, and the main content is around dungeons and raids, I just don't see how that's sustainable. Forget about monetization. Let's just take a break from the monetization talk here for a second. I just think game design wise, if your game revolves around dungeons and raids as the main premier content of your game, if you are a vertical progression MMO and there's no resets, it's just not. It's just going to continue to slowly die down and settle on a lower number. That's what it is. Isn't that what? No, WoW has resets. WoW and 14 have resets every 2 years. Why do you need resets? Are people lazy nowadays? No, it's fresh. Guys, if World of Warcraft, maybe this is a hot take. If World of Warcraft had no expansion or resets and it just continued to go vertical, I would bet a lot of money that the population would not be what it is right now. No, okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I guess it's even the resets are even more often. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, obviously I'm not a WoW guy, but I know enough about WoW to know they have at least an expansion every 2 years, right? And look what happens for these expansions. Fucking everyone flocks. It's literally a new game launch. Guys, tell me a WoW expansion does not feel like a new game launch. It is. It does. Same with Final Fantasy 14. All these games do it. Korean MMOs that just focus on vertical and don't reset, I just don't think it's possible for those games to last a long time. It's so difficult. The odds are stacked against it. And now if you want to attribute that to monetization, if you want to attribute that to, oh, they're doing it because they don't want to alienate their whales and make their whales who keep the servers up upset, then that's a fair take. But if we're gonna separate the monetization talk here for a second, I think just face value game design, that game design just doesn't work. I think. I genuinely think. BDO also doesn't have resets. Yeah, BDO doesn't have resets, but the reason why that works for BDO is because BDO is a lot more sandboxy. It's a lot more sandboxy. Kanon, you are dead raw. I mean, maybe. I mean, that's just my personal opinion. Right? I'm not going to tell you that what my opinion is correct. That's just my opinion, but that's what it is. The only games that don't have resets are extremely limited vertical power. Guild Wars 2 and RuneScape, for example. Yes, exactly. So Guild Wars 2 is a horizontal game. That's different. It's very different. Think about it this way. And here's just the feeling of it. Guys, how many of you guys would be turned off by playing Guild Wars 2 to try Guild Wars 2 as a new player because you feel like you'll never be able to catch up? Literally no one. Kanon, you are dead right. Thank you, Jen. Literally none of you guys are going to be intimidated by playing Guild Wars 2 because of the catch up. Because like you're fucking, dude, you literally if you boost the character, or if you buy the expansion which comes with a boost, they literally give you a full set of exotic gear, which is 5% is within 5% of BIS, of Ascended, right? So like that entry, that doesn't intimidate you from trying the game. But how many of you guys won't try BDO because you feel like you'll never be able to catch up or you're so far behind? Obviously not all of you guys, but a lot of you guys. A lot of people will. You know what I mean? Like that's significant, man. That feeling of, can I get to the end game? Can I catch up? Vertical progression games with no resets just keep going vertical. And it doesn't matter if they have some kind of growth event that like juices you through 60% of the content, and now you just got to grind the last 40. It doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter. It certainly helps, right? And it certainly does entice people to try the game, but it's different. It's still different. You're still gonna have a lot of people that won't try your game because they just feel like they're way too far behind. And then you have a game like World of Warcraft. It's like, bro, this is essentially a new game. Midnight, it's a new game. Bam, let's try it. Bam, you know? Yeah, I think BDO is just different because it's not a traditional theme park game that focuses on that. It's more of a sandboxy game. It's more of a sandboxy game, which doesn't excuse it entirely. Still the same applies, but there are other elements to BDO that really carry it and differentiates itself. It certainly helps that many people consider BDO to have the greatest action combat to ever exist in the genre. Like it's a lot of there are certainly people that don't like the combat with BDO, but the ones that do, the ones that do, and there are a lot that do, you just cannot get that experience anywhere else. It's so good at that specific thing that it certainly carries it. It certainly carries it. So like, yeah, if you have a vertical progression game that doesn't have resets, is it possible to have a long-term player base? Sure. And that's why I think if any game could have done it, it could have been Lost Ark, because they too have combat that's up to par with BDO, and they have raids that are arguably the best in the genre. So like, if any game was going to possibly do it that was a vertical progression game with no resets, I think it would have been Lost Ark, but I think the progression systems and also the constant daily loop of doing the same dungeons, especially during same raids, especially during a content drought, I think it killed it for a lot of people. It doesn't matter how good a raid is, if you have to do that same fucking raid every day so many different times, it's gonna get boring, right? And then there are also other factors too, like a lot of other smaller things, like, you know, only being able to play your main for like fucking what feels like 30 minutes a day. That also kind of sucks. Yo, Ginny, thank you for the prime, man. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Lost Ark combat is top tier. It really is, man. It really fucking is. Scars of Honor dev update live now. Yeah, I'm probably gonna watch it later. Maybe we watch it on the alt. I do want to watch it though. I'm still very interested in Scars. I'm pulling for Scars. How do you think global launch of AION2 will go? I think I have it somewhere between launch numbers. I think they're going to go, I think it's going to be pretty big, but it really depends. I don't know how much they're going to market. A lot of it depends on the marketing. If they do market their game and put hundreds of thousands of dollars into the marketing, which I'm kind of thinking they will, I think the game's launch numbers will sit somewhere between Throne and New World, but much closer to Throne. It's not going to be anywhere near New World. I'm just giving like a very broad range, which that range is essentially 330k to 900k, right? It's a big range, but obviously way close. I don't have another one. I don't have a different game that's at like 700, 600, so that's why I'm using New World. If I had to guess what the Steam chart numbers were going to be for AION2, again, assuming they market pretty hard, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be around. My guess is 500k. Close, yeah, maybe like 350 to 400 to 500 is what I think it's gonna be. If they don't market the game properly and they go El Cheapo, then worst case scenario, it still breaks 100k, somewhere between 100 to 300 if they don't market the game properly. That's my prediction with the numbers. 80k max, no way. Like I would be willing to bet a lot of money that it exceeds 80k. I mean, they got it, dude. If they only hit 80k, holy fuck, they dropped the ball. Like, holy fuck, they dropped the ball. Like that is bad. 80k, that's crazy. I mean, it could happen. I'm not saying it's impossible, Crystal. That what you're like your 80k max prediction could definitely possibly be true, but if they do, holy fuck. People don't know how many people play AION2, AION1. Man, it's Zaza. It's so much more than that too. AION1 community members are going to play it, man. A lot of non-MMO. There's a lot of people that aren't really true MMO Andes, but they were AION Andes. A lot of those people are going to come back and play. I know a lot. The game is free, even though I think it's a sub to play game that you can trial for free. That's how I would word it, or label it. I think that's a more appropriate label, but it is marketed as a freedom, so anyone can actually play the game for free, right? And then, guys, timing is huge. Timing is so fucking big. It's coming out in September. Guys, is there or is there not a serious MMO drought right now? Type X in the chat if you think there's a serious MMO drought right now. Come on. This is something that whether you're a hater or a lover, like we can all be unified in this. Let's be real. Yeah, for sure. There's a huge drought. New MMO coming out in September that's free to try. I assure you, most of even the ZYBAK'S out there will at least try the game. Because it's a new MMO. That's what fucking people do. That's what people do. There's a new MMO. Nico says he's not going to play the game. No, I call bullshit. I think he's going to at least play for a day. I think he's going to at least play for a day. I would not be surprised if ZYBAK even caves and actually just plays it privately. You know what I mean? I don't and shits on it. Like fair play. Like shit on it if you want. You know, whatever you want to do. Play it to shit on it, that's fine. But it doesn't matter. A lot of people that are even playing the game to try and be negative about it will still play it, and they will try it, because the point is it's a big fucking name. It's a big fucking title, whether the game is good or not. Question is, will it be 30 days? Oh yeah. I mean, it's gonna have a huge, massive drop off in 30 days. Huge, massive drop off. The question is, where is the floor for AION2? I think that is a much more significant question. If you think AION2 won't have big numbers, just know that the guy that's calling us a retard, I'm just gonna I think it's just funny. Even he admits that the launch is gonna be pretty big, okay? Like, let's be real here. Let's not be delusional in thinking the game's launch is just gonna be like fucking 10K dead on arrival. It is gonna have a lot of people. But let's also not be delusional in thinking it's going to maintain its fucking numbers for a long period of time. It won't. It's going to drop. So the question is not how big of a launch it's going to be, not how much it's going to fall. Well, yeah, how much is it fall? The question is, what is going to be the floor with this game? That's the fucking question. When I played Throne and Liberty, I was way more curious as to what the game would settle down on. What would be the average peak concurrent after like 2 years? With Throne and Liberty. That was always what I was curious about. I always knew that the game would do over 300k. I think I actually predicted 300k to 500k with Throne and Liberty, and that was true. It peaked at 330, right? 330, 350, 340. So AION2, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be, again, unless NC America just doesn't fucking market the game. AGS, you can always predict that they are going to market the game, and I knew they were going to market the game because they told me they would, because, you know, I spoke with people at AGS at the time. AION2, I don't know if they're going to market the game. They've historically been terrible with marketing. However, the people that are leading the project now are the same two fucking people that led the project at AGS, so I am of the belief that they will actually market this, especially when they're publicly saying that this is going to be their flagship game. And they've kind of shown that it will be their flagship game based off of what they've been doing and how much focus they've been giving to Korea. So, yeah, I think the bigger question is, where does this game land in 2 years? What do you guys think? Type it in the chat. What do you guys think is going to be the peak concurrent player count for this game in 2 years? Let's hear it. And maybe some of you guys think the game is I also think if you think that the servers will be shut down, then you're probably out of touch with NCSoft. NCSoft is notorious for not shutting down games. Dude, even Blade and Soul 1 is still around. They're not going to shut down the servers. 10K, 5K, 15K, 2K, 7K, 500, 15 to 20K in 2 years. 10 to 15. Perways, 10 to 15. Brother, Perways, wait, I'm surprised you're saying 10 to 15. Really? Perways, you think 10 to 15K? I think 10 to 15 is really good for a Korean MMO. I think 10 to 15K on Steam, especially a game that's not exclusively on Steam, is really good year 2 for a Korean MMO. Do you think that's bad, or do you think that's good, Perways? I think that's really good. Some people, like, you know, obviously the WoW, god damn, she's hot. The WoW Andes and these guys think it's terrible, but as someone who covers a lot of MMOs, pretty much all of them across the space, I think 10 to 15 is very good. Why? Because I think they will have more players than Throne and Liberty. Fair. Yeah, I just think that's a little high for someone that's not as optimistic about the game. I do agree. I think it will have more than Throne. People have this idea where the games need to be 700. Yeah, wicked. They just, I think those are just people that are very out of touch, that don't realize that like 90% of MMORPGs do not hit 20k peak concurrent. They're just looking at the top dogs. I think it's no different from people that that say like this you know, this NBA player that no one's really heard of, if you don't play it, if you don't follow NBA, is a terrible basketball player. It's like, oh no, he's not good. Oh wait, who do you consider to be good? Steph Curry. It's like Steph Curry, LeBron James in his prime. Now he's not so good. You know, it's like one of those things. It's like, bro, okay. Everyone that is in the NBA is insanely good at basketball. Insanely good. They're just their point of reference is in comparison to like the number 1, the number 2, the number 3, right? That's what it is. It's like Sonny. It's like, no, dude, Korea's best player sucks, dude. He sucks. No. Okay, Sonny. Son Heung-min is like he's a very fucking good. He's no Messi, right? He's no Messi, but I feel like it's one of those things. A lot of people, especially people that don't really play MMOs, or certainly people that just play one MMO, they just think, and I see this a lot with WoW players, like a lot of people that play WoW or even Final Fantasy 14, they just think that their game is the standard, and they kind of almost forget to recognize that, you know, not every game should be expected to be as popular and as big population wise as WoW. It's like WoW is the anomaly. That is the abnormal. It's WoW and Final Fantasy 14. These are the games that are like best case home run scenario. These are like the Messis of fucking soccer, you know? Steam chart talk all the time is annoying, to be honest, especially when it's a AA gay multiplayer games that actually only need an audience for a few thousand. Yeah, for sure. I actually do very much agree with that take. Even the players in the D League will wipe the floor with the majority. 100%, man. 100%. Like me with my golf. None of you guys know my professional golfing background career. And if you were to compare it with PGA Tour players like Tiger Woods, dude, you guys would say I suck. But the reality is I can destroy 99.9% of the world's population in golf, and it wouldn't even be close, right? That's the reality of it. But people are going to compare me to what they see on TV, the TV standard, which is the 0.001%. And that's just how it is. That's how it is in every category, in every type of sport, in every type of game. That's what it is. I see it with field goal kickers all the goddamn time. You know, this field goal kicker missing this 30-yard field goal. It's the easiest thing in the world. And then I love it when what's his name? The guy with his pot. Fuck, how do I forget his name? He invited these people to actually kick a field goal, and holy fuck. Tiger Woods diss me, to be honest. 100% he does. That's why you say Tiger Woods in the chat and everyone knows who it is. And we talk about my golfing career and people are like, you play golf? All right. Oh, by the way, I felt like I was targeted in your video because I don't know if you know this, ZYBAK, but I'm a retired professional golfer, and I actually used a golf metaphor. Was it a metaphor that I used? It's golf. Maybe it was a golf comparison. While watching your video, and I shit you not, like a minute or two later, you're saying something about like being in your 30s and 40s. You know, you have a little bit of money. And then you probably play golf. I'm like, this motherfucker's talking about me. This dude's talking about me. So by the way, ZYBAK, you're for sure not touching this game, right? Like you're for sure you're not gonna even try it. Not gonna even step foot. It's like 36. Oh yeah, I believe it. Yeah. My analytics show, yeah, the majority of my viewership is also over the age of 30. Most likely not gonna play it. Most likely? What do you mean most likely? Brother, you can't be backpedaling already. You just posted the video, you can't be backpedaling. What do you mean most likely, bro? Whoa, what do you mean? What do you mean? Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? Talk to Erd? Oh, shit. Oh, what am I doing? Hold on. Talk to... I don't say never because NCSoft could change. Oh, that's true. That's true. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. No, that's fair. I think that's fair, guys. That's fair. This is why context is important. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. I want you to know I'm going full 70 IQ according to you. I'm going to be playing the fuck out of this game. Actually, not fair. No, I think it's fair. I think it's fair. He's still standing by his word, saying he's not going to play. But if they make changes that he thinks they should make, then he says he's considering to play. I think that's fair. Interesting. Have a look later. They did a lot. Okay, cool. Good to hear. 0 chance they change? Yeah, 0 chance. 0 chance. Less than a 0.00001% chance they change it. If they equalize all PvP, I'd probably jump on too. So you don't... So like, wait, what are your reservations with the 10v10? Is it because of the scrolls? But like, is it because of the scrolls? Because like, bro, like you craft the scrolls. Like you literally craft the scrolls as a non-pay to win. And even if it were exclusively locked behind a paywall, they're so insignificant to your overall performance, especially in PvP. Like no fight will ever be diffed because of a scroll that you're using, like a fucking combat movement speed, like these right here. Oh, that's not enough content. They need. Oh yeah, it's definitely not enough content. Yeah, for a PvP main. I'm gonna play this as a casual filler MMO. I think that's the most healthier way to look at it. The real deal is people want to equalize as arenas in PvP. Okay, here. ZYBAK. They're not entirely wrong. I've been told it's worthless. You want to know why I put so little weight into PvP? Because all of PvP is just fucking pointless. Fuck. ZYBAK, do you want me, like, if I were on my other character, I would go into the Abyss and show you what PvP Abyss is really all about. It's gonna be literally just the same people camping a portal and staying there all day. Well, not like all of it, but like a lot of people, that's what they do. They'll literally just camp a portal or roam around solo and just gank people that are trying to farm in the Abyss. I don't know about you, man, but that shit that's pointless for me. Like, I wouldn't main a game, full send a game, if that is the main content. You know what I'm saying? And which is why a lot of people don't give a fuck about the PvP in this game. Yeah, so when you're saying, yeah, 10v10, I heard it's worthless, a lot of people feel like the PvP in general in this game is worthless, to be perfectly honest. I don't mean to upset the PvP Andes. I'm just keeping it a buck, okay? Like, I think the PvP is fun when you do it, but the reality is it is side content in this game. And that's not from me, that's from NCSoft. They said this is a PvE focused game. They're focusing on the PvE. That's how the Koreans feel about it, to the point where some of them feel like they're neglecting the PvP. The content that they've been putting out is clearly geared towards more of a PvE focus. All of that stuff. If it wasn't paid at PvP, people would care more. I don't think I agree with that, ZYBAK. Why didn't people care about Lost Ark PvP then? Why did Lost Ark PvP die? That would be my pushback. Then what happened to Lost Ark PvP? Lost Ark arena PvP was 100% balanced. It's like the people that did PvP in Lost Ark in comparison to PvE, it was like it was like 1%. It wasn't even 10%. It was like 1% of the population. Yeah, Lost Ark PvP was great, man. Lost Ark PvP was great. It was good. Guys, come on. It was good. It was fun. The combat was next level. It was fair. They had leaderboards. They had the MMR system. They had different types they had like two main types of PvP, that 1v1s. It was like a 1v1v1. It's like 3v3, but like 1v1s, and then you go through, and then yeah, just like the 3v3 team deathmatch stuff, right? No, man, the PvP was fun. The PvP in Lost Ark was very fun, man. But like, even when it was at its peak, brother, it was dead compared to the PvE, and it got to the point where it was gone. And I'm not talking about the open world PvP shit. That was so stupid. Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm also of the belief, dude, that if you want PvP, if you want equalized PvP content, you should just play a PvP game, man. I don't think MMOs are. I think equalized PvP content in an MMO is good side content. It's definitely good to have, for sure. But I don't think it's the reason why you should play an MMO, because there's just so many better options out there. Now, if you want unbalanced PvP because you like the idea of going out into the open world and being strong based off of your character's progression, then that's something an MMO experience can deal with. But obviously that gets completely ruined and tarnished by pay-to-win MMOs. So I don't know how. That's why ArcAge Beta before the pay to win was a masterpiece, and I'll never forget. ArcAge Beta before the pay to win was a masterpiece. That's not true. ArcAge was always pay to win. It was always pay to win. What do you mean? It was never not pay to win. Orion Face, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Wait, welcome back. Yeah, damn. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, dude. Anyone play Sword of Legends full equalized PvP? Yeah. Sword of Legends, I remember that as well. Need to grind the Abyss for Stigma. Maybe do a video on that. Oh, yeah. I think they did a fantastic job allowing players to grind Abyss points or get Stigma shards through PvE. I mean, it makes sense, right? Yeah, we can make a video. We'll see. I don't think there are enough people that are under that impression, though. I actually hate the equalized PvP and splitting PvP, PvE, MMORPGs. Hot take. I think all aspects of the game should be connected. I know that's a hot take. I think a lot of people feel that way too, ZYBAK. Earlier you said if PvP is main reason to play MMORPG, you should play another game. What about third person 8 ability games? Okay, so there's a little bit of context. I said if the point of playing an MMORPG for you is just arenas, equalized arenas, small scale PvP, then you have way better options. That's how I said it. I didn't even say you should play like you have way better options. I'm pretty sure I said that. And then I followed that up by saying, you know, non-equalized PvP, large scale stuff like that. Large scale, especially like maybe I didn't say large scale, but certainly large scale PvP and non-equalized PvP content. That is something an MMO can deliver, but it's tarnished by pay to win, right? Yeah. How fat does my wallet have to be on launch to be able to be competitive? We talking 100 euros to, okay, so you're gonna have to define competitive, but the short answer is none. The short answer is $15. You get a sub, and yes, you can be competitive. Again, if there's no additional context, just know I'm talking about PvE. Like, you know, everyone has a different definition of what's competitive, so. My ideal form of getting geared, my ideal form of gearing would probably fall somewhere between the Burning Crusade era. Okay. Yeah, I never played Burning Crusade, so I can't really talk on that. I never understood why people like unbalanced PvP based on gear. It defeats the whole purpose of PvP. Light and Bright, I think it's because they want to feel their character's power. They want, you know what I mean? Because most people that play MMOs, certainly vertical progression MMOs, the core central pillar that everything else revolves around is your character's progression. So wanting to have a PvP experience where that progression is center front, that is not an abnormal thing. I think that's a reasonable thing to want and to prefer, which is why I think that type of PvP works in MMOs, because, you know, that's what MMOs are all about. It's like, ask why people grind for PvE strength. I need to really level this guy. I need to save wait, I'm trying to make sure I am doing everything on my brawler. I think I am done with the brawler there. That makes sense, some sense, but to me, I want to beat you because I'm better, although I don't want to win because I play a lot. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. That's why I'm saying, Light and Bright, if that's the type of gamer you are and you want your PvP fix, I just think there are better options out there to get that fix, where the entire game revolves around that exact principle. You know what I mean? Accuracy, damn, I need to get these fucking blue skills. Bum 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 ba dum bum ba dum. Gonna get any of that. I'm actually really curious if they have this teleport to quest thing on during the official launch. I don't think they will. I feel like they won't. Oh, is this a dungeon I need to do? Arugugu! All right, let's do this. We do a dungeon. Guys, what do you think will be the first endgame dungeon? Do you think it'll be Fire Temple on global? What do you guys think? You think it'll be Horndan? Where would you say AION2 sits combat-wise? I play a lot of BDO. Kind of looks meh, but I haven't played it. Interesting. AION2's combat it's quite different. It is. It is kind of like a hybrid tab targeting system, but it leans more action if you play in the action mode. I personally like it, but it's gonna require It would require a video for me to like explain everything a little bit more in detail, to give you visuals, because I feel like I would need to give you visuals. Can you explain to someone that's totally ignorant what happened to Throne and Liberty? The guys in EPH Ethereum glazed the absolute hell out of the game and never played it. What happened with Throne and Liberty? I think, I mean, obviously this is just going to be my personal opinion on the matter, but I think the game just got boring. So it was originally, like in Korea, it was originally this massive open world, seamless open world, no instances whatsoever, minus select dungeons experience where it's just completely open world PvP, with PvP being the main focus. And they slowly deviated away from that and adjusted the games to where it was becoming more theme park PvE and more instanced PvP. And the content gameplay loop, if you were not PvPing, was simply too boring. It wasn't good enough. If you're PvPing, it was fun because you're PvPing, but like I say to all people, like I say in regards to every game, PvP is generally at most 10% of your player population, right? So if 90% of your player, and I could definitely, like, Throne was probably more than 10%, because again, it was mainly a PvP focused game. But because it was a PvP focused game, it probably lost a lot of people that were looking for more of a PvE experience, and the ones that were sticking around for PvE probably got bored because the PvE wasn't good enough. That's not to say it was bad, okay, but it just wasn't good enough to stick around. And then the PvP, like almost all PvP focused MMOs do that are not private servers, they just die down. The population just gets smaller and smaller. And now if you have an open world PvP game that doesn't have a lot of different guilds and communities, now that experience is kind of right? That kind of kills the PvP experience a bit. Open world PvP games, you need a lot of people playing it. So I think that's what ultimately just kind of killed the population. The game just continuing to go in that direction. And there are obviously other things involved too. I think they did make right decisions along the way, but it was just kind of an uphill battle to start with. Throne kept a pretty solid pop for a while, it looks like. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I don't think it was too bad, yeah. So you see how we just beat that right there, guys? So ZYBAK, you see how that, like, you see that right there? Would pay to win have affected that experience at all? That's what I mean, right? Like, a lot of these dungeons later on, like, as a free-to-play player, you can get to the point where a lot of the runs end up being like this, especially if you're helping your friends, and it's kind of like, what's the point in swiping for more for that? You know what I mean? Not across the board. Of course, there's content where it's like, let's say you're really geared and you go into like the last sanctuary raid with other people that aren't as strong. Yes, it could be a challenge for sure, you know, but a lot, like most of your experience with these games, it's like you're kind of like, that happens a lot. Like when I run, if I'm on my brawler and I run a dungeon run, it's smooth, it's good. You definitely want, you know, good people, like geared people, but it's like that extra whale is not that, it's not that big, if that makes sense, you know? It's like whatever. Not that, okay, I don't want to mislead you guys into thinking like what I just did there is the average dungeon experience, okay? That's not. I just realized that might be how it came across, but yeah. Wisdom Greatsword, amazing. Wait, did I just fucking... Oh, fuck. Wait, I shouldn't have fucking... Oh, why did I open that cube? Shit. Why did I do that? I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Ah, I wasn't thinking! Brawler's not good. Brawler's solid. Yeah. Albion best MMO. I think if you want a PvP MMO, Albion is the one to do it. Albion is the game to check out. Unless you hate top-down MMO, top-down games. Albion is fantastic. Russian Festa? No. There's people from all, dude, there's a lot of South Americans that play. There are a lot of Europeans that play. I wouldn't say it's just overrun by, yeah, I wouldn't say it's overrun by Russians. If Albion wasn't isometric, it would be huge. Huge for you, right? Because the game is huge. The game is arguably in the top 5 when it comes to MMO, the largest MMO populations, arguably. It's certainly in like the top 7. It's big. Oh, dude, there are a lot of people that play the game. Oh, I'm not dogging. Oh, yeah, I know you're not dogging on the game, but like just population-wise, if you think it's not that many, there's a lot of people that play it. It's crazy. It would be massive if it was a 3D game. I don't know. I don't know if it would, like, massive for people like you and I would prefer it to be 3D too, but I don't know, man. It's already massive. It's in the territory where if it were 3D, it might actually be less than what it is now, possibly, because there are a lot of people that like the top down as well, man. Wait, what did I... Imagine if Lost Ark had a different gearing system. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man. Lost Ark, if they do a hard reset, revamp their gearing systems, translate their systems properly so that people are, like, just improve the onboarding. Holy fuck, that game could be back. Even with the pay to win in the game, that game could so be back. Just have a reset, redo the progression system so it's not fucking a convoluted mess that feels fun to engage with, and then improve the onboarding so people aren't completely fucking lost and they feel like out the gate they don't need a goddamn YouTube video guide personal assistant to walk them through the game. You fix those issues, you do those things, I swear to God, Lost Ark would be back, man. Resetting those expensive pay to win weapons will go well overall. Yeah, I know, but at some point, I mean, we've talked about this we've had this conversation before too. It's like, yes, the existing player base would be pissed, but I mean, look, man, you got to do something to get a big influx of people, because nothing you're doing right now is doubling your player base. That's for sure. That new raid, that new class, it is not doubling your player base, and doubling from a very low value too. Right? I mean, what are they right now? Are they like 7K peak on Steam? And that's exclusively on Steam, by the way. It's not even like Throne, at least, is across 2 platforms, right? With console, Lost Ark is exclusively on Steam. Oh. Still on pay to win? No, we're actually talking about Lost Ark right now. Yeah, we're actually talking about Lost Ark right now. Is it just me or are things popping in super late on his stream? Is the game just not optimized? Oh, like the render? The rendering? You know, the rendering, this game had a rendering issue in PvP. I think it still has it. But I have a feeling, I think it's intentional though, so that people can get ganked less for PvP. I think, I don't know. PvE, you don't notice it as much, obviously, because, you know, a lot of instance content. Feels like BDO. To be fair, BDO feels that way because you're moving fast. Definitely not moving that fast in this. I refuse to play a game where I couldn't get used to Lost Ark because mouse movement. Gotcha. Yeah. Fortunately, this is not that. This is what I tell people with this game. If you're wondering whether or not you're going to like the gameplay of this, if you like the Lost Ark experience on paper, so, you know, a game that focuses on vertical progression, getting stronger, you know, dungeons and raids, you can play alts, then this is definitely something that that you may enjoy. If you don't like that experience with Lost Ark, you're not going to like this game. You're not going to like AION2. The comparison, the more accurate comparison, I think, is to Lost Ark, not so much AION1. But I'm not I'm no AION1 expert by any means though, so. Mandatory or alts here? They're not mandatory, but they are definitely very beneficial. But the kicker is that, unlike Lost Ark, most of your time spent on this game will be spent on your main. And even then, you can do more on your main. You could do like uncapped content on your main. And on top of that, the majority of players playing this game won't have time to play an alt. The majority. Because the majority of the players are casual. If you're playing casually, you're gonna always have stuff that you can do. What's the benefit of alts? Well, they diminish the benefit of alts significantly, Solid. But now it's just Kina. Just you make gold. You make more gold on it. Not bad, I guess. Yeah. Is it similar to BNS? I didn't play enough BNS to draw a good comparison to it. I remember slaving away on my 6 gunslingers. Yeah, you're not gonna do that. I could see you playing maybe like one alt Solid, because you're gonna probably do different things. Like I could definitely see you farming Abyss. Okay, put it this way. Okay. Forget about the dungeons and all that stuff you have just in the Abyss alone. When we get both the Abysses, the new one, you have I think it's 14 hours in each Abyss a week. So that's 28 hours a week. Just farming Abyss as an option. Then obviously you can also gather in the open world unlimited, and then just like, you know, buy and sell. If you want to do like gathering, life skilling, crafting type of stuff. One stream for Solid, exactly. Most people are going to invest in an alt though and just run dungeons on their alt. Class guide tier list. What I will probably do closer to launch is do like a maybe like, I guess, I don't know, maybe I don't know if I'm going to call it a tier list, but I'll definitely use this. The way I pull it up. I'll definitely use this. I'll definitely show a video showcasing the top performing classes based off of numbers like this. I love this fucking site. This site is so fucking good because I get to see just how every class is actually performing in each of their relative or respective gear score brackets. So it's really good insight. It's really good insight. How you interpret the data is kind of, you know, up to you, but data is objective, so. What class you playing on launch? I might play Gladiator. That's why I'm leveling one right now. I'm kind of between Gladiator and Templar. I would definitely play Brawler, my main class, if that were available, but it's not going to be available. Ugh. What is the experience of a fully free-to-play player? How cucked is it? A fully free-to-play player, so you don't have any, you're not on the sub? You're not on the sub? If you're a fully free-to-play player with no sub every day, you'll get to the point of it. Not in the beginning. The leveling is fine without a sub, but you'll get to the point where eventually every day you play the game and you're like, fuck, I wish I had a sub. Like at some point during your day, there will be at least one moment where you say to yourself, fuck, be nice to have a sub right now. Why? What is the sub? What doesn't it give you? I mean, forget about like remote storage and a anytime shop access here where you can just buy all this rather than go to vendor. Forget about that. You just get more odal energy, right? You get odal energy recharge amount is increased 50%. You get double. You get to, when you run one dungeon, you can open 2 cubes, which essentially gives you completion for 2 dungeon runs. There's a lot, man. I mean, here, I'll pull it up for you. Remote storage available, personal trade. This allows you to trade. The Windbreeze Merchant available, I just showed you. Odal Energy, which is your stamina system in this game. Abyss access hours doubled. You can access the auction house. You can use the Kuna exchange. Odal Energy cube selection count increased in Expedition, so you can open 2 of the cubes at the end for the prizes, like 2 of the treasures. Shugo Festival reward key recharge increased 2 times. This is Shugo event is like one of those events that happen on every hour. You get a lot. So yeah, you get a lot. Of course you're gonna get some people that'll tell you, no, you don't need it, I'm a top player, whatever, and the reality to that is yes, you technically don't need to sub, but if we are talking about this from a more practical perspective, you need to sub. Most players playing this game will feel like they need to sub. That's what I'm saying. Even though it is technically possible, you know, I just don't think because there's like one fucking guy that has done it and feels like it's doable for him, that doesn't all of a sudden just now mean like it's doable for free to play. You know what I'm saying? Especially when that guy could just be talking out his ass. Honestly, I think if both subs are $15 a month, I can't complain. I think everyone thinks they're going to add more crap after release, though. They haven't. They haven't. To NCSoft's credit, they have not added anything after the launch. After that little launch drama thing that happened, they have not added anything to the cash shop that is predatory. Credits to them. Anything additional? I mean, some of you guys might think inventory slots are predatory. Some of you guys might think this is predatory, but I mean, because you can purchase Kuna with Kina, you could also purchase this with gold, but they have not added any like chests, like weekly chests where you have to buy all this shit and it's Omega Juice and you're missing out if you don't get it. They don't have any of that stuff. So yeah, the monetization in this game is very simple. It's just $15 a month to play, pretty much, with the ability to try the game at limited features for free. with a pay-to-win Kina to Kuna gold exchange, allowing players to purchase gold for money. That's what it is. In a fucking nutshell, that is the monetization with AION2. I don't think I'm missing anything there.
저기 문이 있군. 어서 들어가 보지.
Do we know what the entry to early access servers would cost? No idea, Zazenna. I'm gonna guess. What do you guys type in chat? What do you think is gonna be the early access prices? Here's my guess: $100, $70, $50, $20. 4 packs. If there's a 5th, maybe a $10 one, possibly a $10 one. $30, $60, $100, $40, $60, $100, $40, $60. You guys think there's only some of you guys only think there's gonna be 3? Some of you guys think that there's only gonna be 3? How about the bots? Will be a problem like NAO? Yes. Bots will definitely be a problem here. $100% for 3 for sure. 100% for 3. Only 3 for sure. Starting at 30. Really? You guys only think 3? I mean, if it's 3, then I would say 150, 20. Fuck.
이쪽에도 문이 있어. 지하에 갇힌 대바. 루벤인가? 상자를 찾아보자.
What was I doing? Jesus.
이게 그 열쇠인 것 같군.
Man, AION2 looks so good. Oh, how's the optimization? Pretty solid for me, but I'm not the best person to ask about optimization because I have a very good computer. For how good it looks, I think it's very well optimized, but obviously there's some things like render distance stuff. The render distance, I really do think it's intentional because they don't want people to just snipe people from super far, but I don't know. Yeah, but I think it does perform pretty well for me. Do bots run the economy in Korea? Not like Taiwan. The botting situation is way better in Korea than it is in Taiwan. I've not actually. I'm on one of the smallest pop servers, and on my server the botting is not really a problem at all. I have not seen any bots. Tell me what's the odal price? I think it's like 400k for the yellow odal. 400k. Okay, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Okay, where were we? All right. Okay, where were we, guys? Where the fuck were we? AION1 dropped over 1 million player subs after the first few months after launch back in 2009, right before the launch of Cataclysm of Blizzard. Cool. Cool. Interesting. Interesting. La, da, 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 da. Uh. 12.5 range. Oh, damn. Huh. Ruinous Blow. Try that out for a little bit. Is this game pay to win on everything, or is it like Throne where systems like Masteries, Runes, yeah, there are some things that you can't pay to win for in this game. Yes. Not everything is pay to win. Your character reminds me of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Really? Is that because she's white? You trying to say all white people look the same? Is that what you're saying? Are you trying to say all white people look the same? People have been asking me about anime. I didn't get into the closed beta, so I couldn't play it right now. When is it coming out? Ruinous Blow is the opening combat for Gladiators a must. Gotcha. Good comms. How could you play this game today? It's out in KR. So, yeah. Dude, I want to play some Brawler right now. I'm trying to think what I can do as Brawler. Other than Abyss. Because I don't have the Odal energy. That's the problem is I don't have the Odal energy. That's the problem. Yeah, fuck. I don't have the Odal energy. Can you buy Arcage, please? I fucking wish. Fucking wish. Have you been keeping up with our boy Gaming Hardcore? Yeah. I didn't watch his latest video today because I think today he published a just a regular gaming one. Fuck, that skill feels good. Ruinous Blow. Ruinous feels pretty good. Maybe, guys, maybe I'm a glad main. Chrono Odyssey seems to be like Guild Wars 2 Power version based off of what I'm saying. So it's not going to be a... So Chrono Odyssey, right? It's not... They told me they are not planning on going endlessly vertical with crazy rates like Lost Ark. So it seems like it's going to be a little bit more horizontally, if not horizontal. I'm assuming horizontally, where it's like a lower ceiling and then they'll kind of increase that over time. So like, I guess a lesser version of Throne Liberty. You know, Throne Liberty tier 1 was, it had a hard ceiling despite being vertical, and then they increased it. I think a lesser version of that, possibly. Not that Throne tier 1 was a big grind by any stretch. I said this already a couple of times, but I'll say it again, guys. I really think it's important that Chrono knocks it out the park, man. I really do. And the reason why is because, dude, if there's a Korean company that comes out and adopts a non-pay-to-win system that's accepted in the West and it succeeds, I really think that's going to set a strong precedence. I do. I think Chrono gives us the best chance to possibly start seeing a pivot with Korean games for the West, because like I said, it's a cultural thing. Koreans just don't Koreans are just not against the Kinokuna exchange. If we were to look at AION2's cash op, it's very fair, right? But what makes AION2 bad is the fucking Kinokuna exchange, but that is in the game largely outside of the fact that it prints money. But the Koreans like that system, right? The most Koreans are okay with that system. So it's like, here we are in the West screaming we don't like that system, and then you couple that with stubborn game developers. It's like, yeah, I really think that's where the friction comes from. Most of the friction comes from. So now we have a Chrono Odyssey, and if Chrono does it and is successful, then maybe Korean companies will follow suit. And I feel like we've seen it happen with Chinese companies. Aren't you guys noticing more and more Chinese companies that are adopting a non-pay-to-win stance? Right? We're seeing it. Think about it. It started with Where Winds Meet. We saw it with Duet Night Abyss. We are seeing it with apparently the new one that's coming out. I forgot what it's called. Yeah, NetEase is. Give credit where credit is due. Give credit where credit is due. They are actually doing it. Good for them. Good for the Chinese, man. Fantastic. Good. So maybe Korean companies will follow suit, but they have to be successful, because the opposite could happen. Imagine Chrono comes out, they fucking shut down, no one plays it, and then all of a sudden we're like, we're back to square one, right? We're back to square one, because Korean companies are going to use that to be like, look what happens. You might as well get the money out of it, right? So right now, we are starting to see maybe a couple of Korean companies that are exploring this. We're also seeing it with Embers of Adrift, or Embers of the Unchained? No, Jesus. Embers of... Holy fuck! Uncrowned, thank you, yeah. We're seeing with Embers of the Crown. The problem with Embers of the Uncrowned, though, however, it feels too much like a fucking mobile game that's just been ported to the PC. And I'm not saying that as a negative thing. I actually enjoy playing the game, but it does feel like a mobile game that's been ported to the PC. Ported pretty well, but still a mobile game ported to the PC, right? So really the only PC game that we have is Chrono. That's a Korean MMO that's supposed to not adopt a pay-to-win monetization. So yeah, like I'm genuinely pulling for Chrono, because I mean, obviously, you know, it would be great to have a lot of good MMOs in the space, but also what it could potentially start when it comes to Korean MMOs. But the game is contingent on the game's gameplay. The monetization is just going to get it noticed, and it's going to be obviously good. Like, the monetization is not going to carry you to success. At the end of the day, it can prevent you from being very successful, but at the end of the day, the gameplay has to be good. Right? The game has to be fucking good. And so if the game is good, with that monetization, it'll bang. But there's a chance that the game ends up never being ready. I really like, now that said, I really like the canvas of the game, and I think the game has a lot of potential. So hopefully. Yeah. I have been told by someone within one of the two teams that I won't mention, just like off the record stuff, I have been told that that the game has transformed a lot. Like it is like let's just say I was told that they certainly haven't just been sitting on their asses, and the next version of it we see is literally the same game but like an NPC that's here and there, you know. It's not going to be a Camelot Unchained angle. They've actually made a lot of changes to the game. So I haven't seen it, of course, but that's what I was told by one of the members from one of the teams. So that was exciting for me to hear, obviously. You know, that was exciting. So we'll see. Hoping that it is. Because I definitely see the potential with the game. I like the vision. I like the canvas. So, yeah. Hopefully they can deliver on that polish, man. Hopefully they can deliver on that polish. Back in the beta, they also say they weren't playing the last version of the game. That was sus. Yeah, it was sus, but it was true. I have a theory as to what happened and why they did what they did. A logical explanation, but I can't prove it. It's just what I think. I haven't been told it. This is just genuinely what I think. Which I'm happy to explain if you want me to share, but there's no way it was the latest build because they showcased game footage of things that were completely different. In the build that we played in July, I think it was July, right? In July, it was the previous year's build because it was the same build that I played in February. And that February build was their end of year. So I think it was 2024, was it? It was their end of 2024 year build. So their February build I played wasn't even their February. It was like their November, December build the year before. And they used that exact same build for the public test. And I was like, bro, what are you guys doing? Like, what, why? All of us, we were excited about, like, okay, you're telling us this is their, you know, the previous build, and you know, it's got like a full year and a half to cook, and whatever, like a full year from this, and you've already started working on the changes that we've been telling you guys, which our feedback was literally the same feedback that the public gave them. So the feedback that they said that they're working on from the public test, guys, they had been working on those fucking changes, as far as I know, starting in February. They started working on those changes prior to the actual test itself. And then when I saw footage of like some of the more updated stuff, and I was told certain things, like, bro, I'm excited. Here's an example. Do you guys want to hear one real example? I was told before that test that they had already removed 95% of the inertia. You guys know the inertia with movement in the game that we experienced in the beta test? You know, like that's like that momentum and that heavy inertia. Yeah, we gave them feedback saying that it's too much. Dude, months before, like, I don't say maybe months, maybe a month or however, weeks before, whatever it was, before the public showcasing, I think maybe it was like a month, maybe weeks. Before the public showcasing, they had already told me they removed 95% of the inertia from the movement. And then what did they do later? They eventually announced it like what, a couple of months after the beta test, saying feedback was taken. Bro, they already removed that shit. That's why a lot of us were like super excited to see this new build, because they really took our feedback and they were like, okay, we're gonna make these changes. And again, it was consistent with, it worked out well because it was consistent with the public's opinion with their changes. So a lot of us, we were looking at that canvas, they had time to cook, and the game devs literally came in and told us what they were going to do and the changes and all that stuff. And so we were all super excited. So like, okay, let's see this. And then fuck, they dropped the public beta test and it was the same version. And we're like, oh no. And then a lot of us, myself included, especially myself, we got fucking roasted. we got fucking roasted for that shit. Understandably so, man. I learned a lot from covering Chrono. I think the biggest thing I got out of Chrono as a content creator was how to handle NDAs better, right? Which is why I'm shutting the fuck up about other certain titles that you guys know I've already covered. And if there was another version of the game, it was the beta testing for what? It makes no sense. Yeah, so Scave, some bugs are literally unplayable. Yeah, so some builds can be unstable to the point where it cannot be, it cannot go out. Let me give you a real example. You want to know a real example from the beta test? You want to know a real example from the beta test? At this point, I don't give a I think they don't give a fuck if I drop this little detail because I am technically still under NDA, but here's an example. There was a bug with Sork. I hope I'm not mixing up games. I don't think I am. There is a bug with Sork where if they casted a certain skill in a certain way, it would crash the server. So this is the type of instability that we were dealing with that still existed. So imagine if they gave us the latest build and you had bugs like that happen, you wouldn't be able to test the game. You wouldn't be able to test it, right? So yeah, that to answer your question, there was that, and that was a real bug. Sork, that was a real bug. They like we were able to play the new classes like on the last day. Again, I'm probably still not supposed to say this. I don't think they give a fuck anymore, but one of the like Sork, we literally couldn't. Because our focus test group is so small, they just told us, look, if you're gonna play it, just don't use this ability because it'll crash it. Like, okay. And that was like on the last day too. Is there a katana skin for two-handed sword in the game? In this? Oh, probably. The transmog system in this game is really good. Just saying it was very poorly handled. I agree, Scave. I agree. I'll give you a very quick TLDR as to what my theory is. Here's my theory. My theory is they needed more time. My theory is they needed more time and money, time and or money. And the only way to get it from their investors, who are private investors that are not disclosed, they had to show that there was real demand for this game. And the only way to do it, the best way to do it, was to do a public test and show the investors, look how many people want to play our game. Look at how much attention we have. Look at all these views from all these content creators. Look at who's playing the game. Look who's interested in it. There it is. There's the proof. It's, it's like, you gotta understand, these investors, they don't know very much about the gaming community, and they're only going to be going based off of, objective information. And I'm of the belief they had to show investors that there's real demand for this game to get more time and funding for the game. That's my like, just, I could be totally wrong, but that's the only logical thing I can think of. Because why would you want to showcase that version of the game when, especially, you could just wait a little bit longer? They probably had a due date that was established a long time before, and they're like, we need more time and money for this. And they and the investors are like, no, we want to launch, make our fucking money. But if you think there's more potential with this game, by getting more time and money, then you need to show us the proof, like why you think that type of thing, right? That's just what I'm thinking happened. The blocker bug, with anyone in the server canceled a craft at the same time you're crafting, then your craft would fail. Oh, that's a bad one. That's a bad one. Aren't as ignorant to gaming as you. A lot of these, I know it's a troll. I disagree. ZYBAK. I disagree, and the reason why is because I'm one of the few people that actually has a first hands-on experience. That has a first-person experience, hands-on experience with an investor in a video game. Not everyone. Not like, you are right to a certain degree. There's a lot of investors that do know their shit, right? But I know there are investors that don't. And the reason why is because I have clients that have a lot of money through my golf academy here. And I've been asked, because I do content creating and gaming, I've been asked on a number of occasions whether or not a game is worth investing in. I'm not going to disclose the games. I'm not going to disclose anything. Like, I'm not going to disclose the people or the games. It's better that I don't. But I have been asked directly. Did I say no? Yeah, I said no. I said there was none. Whenever they asked me, I said they asked me about Game X, and I was like, all right, here's the deal with Game X. He had no idea. This person in this particular situation had no idea, like, even how, like, the genre. He's like, yeah, they just sent me some videos. They said it's a huge hit in the West. lots of people playing, and it was going to be the next big thing. And I told him, I was like, look, man, yeah, there's some people that play it, but this is a very niche game, and it certainly doesn't stand out as a very polished product. It stands out because it's different, it's niche, it's very slow. Look, let me give you an example of a AAA version. Here it is, and let me show you the game they're trying to get you to invest in. Here's the game. You compare the two. As someone that's never played video games, which do you think looks better? And then he was like, oh, bro, like this is way better. I'm like, yeah. So like, obviously you can have shittier looking games that are widely successful. Classic WoW in comparison to AION2. AION2 doesn't come close to Classic WoW's level of success and popularity. Sure, you're not always carried by that, but look, man, like, I'm just trying to paint the picture for you. It's a very niche game. It's slow. I would say it is not worth that investment, because he told me how much they were asking for, and I was like, what is this? Oh, wait, my inventory's full. So you're asked by people that were outside the gaming bubble? Yeah. I was asked by, so I'm not, wait. Yeah, so I was asked by investors that were being pursued by gaming companies. So my experience, my hands-on experience, is conversing and consulting the people that are being asked for the money. The investors, the people that are putting the money in. So whoever person X is that has, like, you know, that put in like $10 million into Chrono Studios, that person is the person that those are the people that I talk to that ask me, hey, is this game worth investing in? Because they're being sold from the pursuers, the Steven Sharifs, that their game is like a big thing and it's going to be successful and all that stuff. So yeah, sorry, the point that I was making is that not every investor is familiar with that industry. There are plenty of investors that put money into projects that they are relatively ignorant to, and then they just are sold on the product by the person. Can you explain how mouse button macros work in AION2 auto attack chains? Yeah, I can. Let me turn this quest in and I'll explain it to you. I'll try to keep it as short as possible, because this is like its own video in its own sense. 100% it is, because this is also going to be kind of polarizing. A lot of video games investors, angel are specifically doing high-risk moonshots. There's definitely some smart money in video games now, though, particularly surrounding mobile, which I don't love for sure. 100%. There's smart money, dumb money. There's all of it. This industry is so fucking large now. The gaming industry is so fucking big. You know, it's so big. It's like all of the usual business practices that are present with all the other industries are also present in gaming. But I mean, what do we know? We're just 70 IQ retards, right? Listen, ZYBAK, I'm gonna, bro, you listen. I got it. I have to. It's too funny. It's just too funny. It's too funny. It's oh man. Ashes was not only investors that didn't know anything, but also criminal fraud. Yeah, allegedly. I think there was definitely some criminal fraud activity, whether it was from Steven or the investors. I think there was definitely some of that at play for that game. Listed acceptance is the first step, right? Oh fuck! I forgot to show you. Here, let me get out of this instance, and I'll show you how the combat works. Here's a question. TNL versus AION2, strengths and weaknesses. TNL was very strong with PvP group content, and AION2 is strong with PvE dungeon raid content. Both have a relatively boring gameplay loop at the end game when you're like 1,000 hours in. But yeah. Is that enough? and not the gamer CEO. Ash's truly crazy story. Listen, ZYBAK, I'm telling you, brother, it is best not to pivot this conversation into an Ashes of creation discussion. Believe me. Believe me when I say, Mr. Back of the Zai, it is not in your best interest to pivot into that conversation. The black and white is this, man. Regardless of whose story you believe in, that the black and white is this. They charged a lot of money for people to play a game that was unfinished, and they made a lot of money on a promise, on promises that were never delivered, and the project was shut down. That's it. They charged a lot of money for people to test a game, promising things. They didn't deliver on it, took all the money from those people that they sold this dream to, and then never delivered on what they promised and shut it down. I mean, that's the black and white. That, right? I mean, maybe that changes in the future. Maybe the game comes back, who knows? But as of right now, that is the black and white. Right? It is. That is the objective fact of what happened. And if we look at that written down on a piece of paper, that to me sounds like a scam. And until it is proven otherwise, I'm just going to continue believing what's in front of me, what has happened, and that is I got scammed. If I was a gambling man, I'd say Steven will be getting a visit from the IRS at the very least. The new court filings are crazy. You know what I think they should do? What they should do is make this into a goddamn Netflix documentary, man. That would be fucking great. Oh shit, yeah. Fuck, I keep forgetting to show you the okay. Okay, so the combat. You wanna hear about the combat, right? You wanna hear about the combat. Here's what it is. First and foremost, the targeting. I think the targeting is one of the best in the genre, especially if you're playing action combat mode. Okay, I really like the targeting. It's probably my favorite. It's for sure my favorite part about the combat. Okay, so you have something called soft targeting and you have something called hard targeting. You see this right here? That's a hard target. Okay, if I use an ability, soft targeting, I will use that ability to whoever I'm aimed at, and the precision with this is pretty tight. It's pretty good. Right? It's pretty tight. Now, if I want to gap close, which is my one ability, if I aim at him, I'm going to gap close. Boom. Now, let's say I want to attack this dude. Now, I can either aim, but let's say I want to gap close on him, and I don't want to like swap targets or whatever. I can hard target on him by hitting tab, right? And I can hit this dude here. I can go this way. I don't even have to look at this dude, but because I'm hard targeted, if I hit my gap closer, boom, I'm gonna go to him. Okay, so this gives me a lot of control with targeting, and it just feels fucking great. I absolutely love the targeting system in this game. The hard targeting, soft targeting, okay? That ties into the combat. Really, really fucking good. This is one of the few games where I personally do not think you're at a disadvantage by using action combat mode compared to tab targeting mode, because there's no backpedaling in this game, right? So like the big thing about action combat versus tab targeting is like, well, if I want to move away from this guy, I got to turn my camera and then flick back, right? You don't do that in this game. If I want to move back, I can either hold S, I can hard target him, look here, look around me, and then still attack him like this by simply hard targeting. I don't really see any disadvantages to the action combat mode versus tab targeting mode, and this is great. I just really like this, right? Now, when it comes to the skills itself, there is a macroing system, and this is going to be, again, one of the three biggest polarizing subjects with this game once it becomes more mainstream and comes to light. This right here are my skills. Now, this looks very mobile. It does. And at first, this might be a little confusing. Like, what the fuck are all these squares? The way the combat system works in AION2 is that every block right here is essentially a skill chain. NCSoft told us before this game came out, they were going to make it into a game where there's going to be a decent amount of abilities, but you're not going to have a million different binds to use different skills. They are going to connect skills so that it feels like more of a combo-based system. Okay, kind of like how AION1 had a little bit of this. You use like a tether, all of a sudden it procs like 2 skills that you can use, and then you use like 1 and 2. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that, but more focused that way. So here's what it is. This skill line right here, my 1 bind, I have these 2 skills. So if I use my 1 and 1 again, so 1 and 1 again, I'm gonna use 1. I'm gonna use that skill. And then there's a conditional, which is dash, and then I could use, wait, sorry, hold on. I'm a noob to Gladiator, so I got to figure out what this is. Ankle slice. What's the conditional for ankle slice? Ankle slice, which is on parry or landing leaping slam. Okay, so wait, did I not land that? Okay, so let's use this again. 1 into, okay, that's not working. I don't know why that's working. There's probably a reason why that's not working, but it's supposed to connect into this, or I can parry. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not a Gladiator main, so I'm not sure why that's not comboing. And we could use overhand slam. So where's this? This is on my 2 ability. So I can move this. Actually, let's do, where's a better mocking blade? Okay, 7. So we have 7. And then that, you see how it procs these 2 abilities? I could use that again. It connects to it. Okay. Sorry. You have to bear with me here. I'm not a Gladiator man. I just made this class. So it's like this combo based system. So every line is essentially a series of skills, and some skills are conditional to certain abilities or effects or whatever, right? So this 1 ability is going to be the 1 bind is going to be the bind for every skill line for every skill that's in this line, and it's going to go in this order when it comes to the prio of it, right? So every ability here is kind of like its own macro. Like my 1 ability will execute all these skills, this will execute these skills, and then you have a macro system, and the macro system allows you to combine any of these skill lines within a single button press. So right now my bind for a macro is left mouse button. So when I use left mouse button, it's going to use my keen strike, the skills in this line, which is just 1 skill, and then it's going to combine skills on this line. So if I have more skills here, like if I put this here, my 1 single click is going to execute all of these skills. And generally the way you do it with most classes is you have it set that so that this is, just think of this is my macro, and this is executing multiple abilities, but think of this as more of like a basic just spam attack, and you're gonna like stack everything you can into this to maximize this DPS. Maybe that's like a buff in there, maybe that's like an ability that doesn't have a cooldown, that's conditional to not, like, let's say if you stagger a target, you can use this ability without cooldown. Maybe you put that into there, so as you're spamming, that's included and it prioritizes that skill, right? And then some classes will have their hardest hitting skills that are able to be put into that macro. So like a Templar, you're using your macro significantly more. You're just pressing your macro button significantly more than you would on a Brawler. Where Brawler, it's like you're kind of using multiple skill lines to maximize your DPS. For example, with Brawler, I use this bind to juice my character. I use this, I use my O skill twice. O into O, I hold it down and it uses 2 buffs, and then I use my right mouse button, which will have 2 skills on this line. That's going to use my big burst skills, and then filler, and then I try to juice out my macro skill here, which is my basic attack. This is going to be filler until these are back up, and then I have a 6, which is a gap closer, which also gives me this is all my Brawler, by the way, which also gives me a damage boost. And then I have other skills that are conditional depending on the situation, like a gap closer, like 1 that I will have to use, my AoE ability, which will be on 8. And I'm just pretty much rotating between all of that. So you're constantly doing something. That's how the combat works. Okay. There's going to be a lot of people that have issues with the macroing system. However, I will say this. As someone that was very much against the quote-unquote macro system in AION2, after playing it and after playing endgame stuff, it has actually grown on me to the point where now I'm not actually sure if I... I think they can still tone it down a little bit, but for sure, there's going to be a lot of people that prefer it. Jenny, a more casual, active gamer, she actually prefers it and actually thinks that it's needed because in these PvE fights, it's very spammy, fast, low cooldown like this isn't a game that's like your classic Western MMO where you're sitting there and it's just attacking and everything's very slow. In AION2, the dungeons are like the attacks and the things that there's a lot going on your screen. There's a lot going on and it's fast. Like, you know how WoW, there's a lot that's going on your screen. There's a lot of just clutter. It's kind of like that. It's very different to WoW, but it's kind of like that where there's a lot going on your screen, but it's fast. And this also ties into to the whole res thing because people are like, man, the fact that you can res PvE so easy, like it's not, it trivializes the content. If you play this game and you do content at level, AION2 it could be one of the hardest MMO PvE dungeon experiences if you could not res. Like the game's dungeons are designed in a way where people will just die, right? And if you couldn't res in a dungeon, holy fuck, gatekeeping would be so much worse. Holy fuck, so many people would take so much longer to finish dungeons to the point where a lot of people would not be able to finish the dungeons. It would be insanely difficult. Like the PvE dungeons in this game would be insanely difficult because of how much shit is going on and how many times you're expected to actually die. No, not Lost Ark. You die way more in this game than you would in Lost Ark. Lost Ark, if one person dies, it's over. A lot of the times, it's like 1 or 2 people die, it's over. In this game, bro, people are dying left and right. Now, of course, if you power creep the content, you know, people die less. Like if you see me do, like if I'm on my brawler and I'm doing like Hall of Illusion, you're not gonna like. And I'm with other people of my gear, it's gonna look easy. But even then, one of us might, like a couple of us might die every now and again. But if we're doing this like at level, bro, it's very difficult. A lot of you guys with these dungeons, like Fire Temple, you guys are gonna be dying left and right to this fight. When you first get to this, you're gonna be dying constantly. And you're going to be burning res stones constantly. And I'm going to be like, I told you so. Be frugal with these with this shit. And you're also, it's like, so the reason why I've kind of gone in this direction with this topic is because the macro generally, a lot of people think it trivializes a lot too much to the point where fights are boring and it's too easy. What I'm saying is I do agree in where I do agree that I think they should revisit it and possibly tone it down a little bit. I'm also saying that it kind of the macro system in this game kind of makes sense with just how the fights are designed in this game, because a lot of people that are doing this game without the macro system, it's gonna be even harder, like doing these dungeons. Now, of course, the solution is always to just outgear it and power creep it, sure. But when you're doing the harder content at level, man, it's not easy. So it's like one of those things where it's like you kind of got to experience the dungeons in this game, because again, I'm very much an anti-macro guy, and pumping a lot of PvE hours in the dungeons in this game, I no longer mind the macro system in this game. I actually don't mind it. And a part of me And a part of me thinks, a big part of me thinks it's actually good for a lot of people in the game. I think it's actually good for a lot of people in the game. And again, take that from someone who's very anti-macro. I'm very anti-macro, man. I hate it. I hate macros. I will literally not play games because of macro. And some of the AION2 community members that might be in my chat, they heard me when I was first discovering the updated macro system, because they've tweaked it here. Especially on Templar. I was not a fan at all. Like, I was very critical on it. But I put in the hours across different classes now, and I just let's just put it this way. I have a different viewpoint now on the macro system with this game than I did before. Yeah, after doing it in practice. By the way, Jenny was the same way. Jenny doesn't like macros either, and now she's like, we need to keep, like, they need to keep the macro system in the game. He's like, the way I kind of see it and feel it is like this, the quote unquote macro that you're macroing, you're essentially just making your basic spam filler attack way stronger, and you're still having to execute everything outside of that. If you enter a dungeon and you just once click spam macro, you will not beat me in DPS. You won't come close to me in DPS. It's just not possible, right? So kind of one of those things. They added a single button rotation. Yeah, but it's not really a single button. It's a single button rotation for one of your rotations. Like, that's why I kind of explained the context, right? Like, each one of these are a rotation. Like, it's not one skill is permanently one. It's like, I'm essentially macroing a rotation, like my spam, like this spam rotation, but I still need to hit O and then 5 and my range skill 6, right? I'm going to use my grab on 7. I'm going to dash in. Dashing gives me a gap closer, right? Dashing gives me that gap closer there. 8 is another gap closer. I want to gap close to right. I'm going to use right mouse button there. So you're not, the way it feels like to me, the macroing system, it just feels like the macroing is juicing out my basic attack. But versus, like, I guess the single button rotation in WoW, you're not doing anything but moving and just using that single button rotation, right? You're not doing anything outside of that. If you put your skills in your macro, it spams all chains. It does, but you can only put 4 skills on this, and you can chain macro all of these, but if you do, you're trolling. Like bro, like, chain macroing every single line so that you're just using all your abilities on cooldown, you're gonna die. Like you're actually just trolling. You're gonna put in your gap closers, your buffs. Like you're gonna macro it in so that your buff, like your big DPS buff, is not gonna align with your big damage. Like you're literally trolling. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't want to do that. And that is why it feels less bad for me, because the reality is you don't do that with this system. And the macro system just, to me, has felt more like I'm juicing my basic attack. Now, some classes, like I said, like Templar, most of your damage comes from your basic attack. So it does feel more, I guess, intrusive and more impactful. I guess intrusive would be the word, to like a Templar, the macroing system. But even Templar, I'm still having to use certain abilities outside of that. It just happens to be that my big damaging skills are a part of my basic attack. And I think Ranger's like that too. I'm not sure though. Yeah, I've heard Ranger is very easy. I heard Ranger and Templar are the easiest. However, I will say that Templar, there's another level and element. As a main tank, you need to make sure, like, you should not be macroing your support abilities, your big damage support abilities. You should not be macroing your taunts. You should not be. You need to be able to learn when to actively block, which also is another thing. If you're melee, you have active block skills that are extremely important if you want to be good at this game. And every melee class has it. Here it is. Focus block. Boom. There it is. Right? Really important. You want to block at the right time. You want to be able to position the boss correctly so your DPS can go to town. So yeah, believe me, you're gonna be busy, even though most of your damage specifically as a Templar is coming from your macro. And as a Templar, because you're not the DPS carry, you can get away with just using this, but your support skills, you're gonna need to be on top of your support skills, your gap closing skills, and your positional abilities and taunt skills. So like there's enough there for it to not just feel like you're sitting here and you're just kind of like looking at chat doing this, you know, just looking at chat. However, with Ranger, I don't know. Ranger, I'm not sure. Every class in the game, though, you have to lock in and pay attention to the boss's attacks, because like I said, in AION2, it's a much faster pace and spammier. That includes from the boss. So there's just a lot of shit happening. Like as I'm attacking this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Just slow in attack and maybe a yellow AOE. This is not how the dungeon experience is in AION2. There's a lot going on. Melee requires much more positional awareness a lot. If you cannot, if you're not good at positioning and you don't know the fights, your DPS will be like 50%. Like I'm not even kidding. You will do a fraction of your damage if you are a positional class and you do not know the fight and or you're not positioning correctly. That's why Sins pump, but they have a much lower they have a lower floor as well. Because the nature of this game is a lot spammier, downtime with damage impacts the overall DPS significantly more. Significantly more. You know, a lot of games, downtime obviously impacts the DPS, but in AION2 where everything is so spammy, you're constantly attacking nonstop. When the boss teleports to the center, like let's say I'm on DPS, I'm leading. Let's say I'm on DPS, I'm literally winning. I'm leading in DPS by 20% to a Ranger. The moment that boss teleports to the middle and as a melee, let's say I just happen to not be able to get uptime there and have to wait for the boss mech. Depending on how, like that window where that boss is executing that mech, my DPS just tanks. Like, of course that's the same with every game, but it's especially that way in AION2 because AION2 is like a 100% uptime game, very spammy. So like all of a sudden after that mech, I'm 20% behind the Ranger now. So like when a boss teleports and turns, to be able to quickly gap close and block jump to the position you're supposed to be in, those like 2 to 3 seconds is a massive DPS difference in this game. It's huge. It's big. And when that happens like 2, 3, 4 times, multiple times, and it happens nonstop, it's a very big difference in damage. Do you think after the global release, AION2 will be available on console? Good question. I don't know. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think it'll be available on console? You gonna try the new China only ARPG? I had someone reach out and say they can get me an account. I gotta look into that. I kind of don't. Probably. The short answer, Blue Day, is probably. I gotta get in. The problem I've been having is I've just been so fucking locked in on AION2. That's the problem. I've just been hard addicted to this stupid 70 IQ game. Do you worry about do you worry you might be bored with it before global launch? No, I don't care. I don't know. I mean, like, for me, my approach with video games when it comes to the gamer side of things is if I get bored with it, I just won't play. If I'm enjoying it now, I'm gonna indulge. Like, if I'm having a good time with it right now, what's the sense in stopping when there's no guarantee that I'll have this much fun with it on global, even if I do stop? You know what I mean? Like, who's to say that I'm gonna actually have fun on launch? I don't fucking know. Who knows? You know? So it's simple. If I'm having fun with it, play it as long as it's fun. There, at least the gamer side of me is that. The content creator side of me, it doesn't matter whether I get bored with it or not. I want to get ready for global launch. Are you gonna be ready for Chrono? Yeah, I'll definitely be ready for Chrono, man. For sure. Sam, I'm building my hype up by waiting for global now. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Smart in a lot of ways. I gotta figure out fucking Glad though. I really might be playing this class at launch. Is there a date for Chrono? Yeah, there's a public beta test that's happening next week. Did you miss it? You missed the news. Everyone's been talking about it. What do you think of Lord of Mysteries MMO? I haven't played it. It looks like a mobile game though. It looks like a mobile game that's ported again. No one's been yeah, I know. That's because they haven't. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. For real, I didn't see it. I'm trolling, guys. This is fake news. That's fake news. Sorry. Damn, you got me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chrono fake news. I think I might hop on my main and do some nightmares. Didn't they do a public test before and it was a disaster? Yeah, it didn't go well. That was a long time ago though. How long ago was that now, guys? A year and a half? 2 years? I feel like it's getting close to 2 years, no? Dude, I've been seeing Glad's fucking pump though. Is that anything similar to AION2 with open world PvP, or is that totally gone from this? I mean, there is technically an abyss in both games, right? But nah, it's a different game, man. Very different game. We get any betas this year for Chrono? I don't know. Nothing planned, as far as I know, up until maybe like last week. There's nothing planned that I had heard of. They're just working hard on their game, as they should be. Let them cook. Yeah. What I can tell you is that they have been working on their game. That much I have heard officially. Well, unofficially, I should say. Not officially. Officially would be like an announcement. Dude, that Ruinous feels good. Ruinous feels real good. Or does he know he can't tell us? No. I genuinely don't know on this one. What's up, Zix? Yo, Zix, are you gonna be playing any AION2? This game would be right up your alley, bro. How you do? How have you been doing? I didn't expect AION2 to play kind of like ArcAge. ArcAge? What? What game are you talking about, sir? The free auto combat reminds me of it. What? Zix, what are you talking about right now? What? What? There's no auto combat in either of the games. What are you talking about?
느낌이 좋지 않아. 서두르자.
What are you talking? What's up, Bags? How are you, man? Yeah, I saw you grinding some more Power World today. How did it go? Are you the ultimate Pokemon master? I just realized there's an Orichalcum node there. Sorry, I meant not auto combat. Oh. Wait, what? So this game not having auto combat and Arcade's not having auto combat reminded you of... Wait, what? I'm so confused. I've nearly enslaved all of them. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Dude, I'm already level 35. Let's go. Da 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 da. Okay. Where are we going? Getting 50 finally on working on Chandler before bed tonight. You working on a new alt? Yes. We can actually do content together with this. I'm not going to be able to do content on my main brawler because it's a bit far ahead and I'm using a lot of my energy on some of the later content, also helping Jenny get caught up. But this character should be good to go, and I think it'll be right there with you. Should be right there with you pretty soon. I haven't been in MMO scenes for a while. I forgot about him. It's time to come back, baby. It's time to come back. It's time to come back. Yeah, it's the gameplay loop is very similar to Lost Ark Zix. That's why I feel like you might like this. Yeah, I think you're gonna like this. We need that chanter carry, Mr. Bagalemente, bro. Chat, did they already release the patch for equalized gear? Who's gonna tell him? Wait, there's a cube here. I never knew there's a cube here. Guys, I'm also thinking about going on a 3-day trip. What do you guys think? I kind of want to treat my parents to a trip. Should we, yeah, I'm thinking about it. I just need to figure out a good time. Oh, and by the way, guys, I believe Far Ever's new expansion is in a couple of days on the 14th. I'll be checking that shit out, boys. Anyone still playing Far Ever? What I meant earlier was Ion from memory is a locked on tab target. Oh, yeah. I got you. Yeah, the new combat in this game is, is good. Fuck, the targeting is so good. God damn it, dude. This game. Fuck. Fuck me, man. All right, I'm gonna hop back on my main. I might do some Templar runs. Get some Kina. Get some of that fucking Kina, man. I get distracted, bro. Alts are a necessity in this game. I wouldn't say it's a necessity. No. I'd say it's a necessity. How's the endgame loop in this game? Similar to Lost Ark. The endgame loop is similar to Lost Arks. It can get a little repetitive. I wouldn't say a little repetitive. I think it can get very repetitive. Yeah, it can definitely get very repetitive. Let's pick up this Kibboleth. All right. Okay, so I think that's a decent place to stop for now. I do want to play some of my main character while I'm live. Wait a second. All right, let's hop on the main. You do most on your main, so yeah, 1 or 2 alts. I think the majority of the people that play this game and play alts will probably play like 1 or 2 alts. I mean, of course, there will be some people that play like 3, 4, 5, but I think the majority will just play like 1 or 2. It's a lot, man. It's I don't know. I don't know how the people that play like with 6 alts find the time to do it. It's just, I don't know how they do it. You like Ion more than Tiana? I like AION2's PvE way more than Throne, but I enjoyed Throne's PvP more. Mainly because Throne had actual meaningful PvP content like sieges and shit. If you've played on the Korean or Taiwan servers and you switch to global version, will have to restart, or will everything carry over? We will for sure be restarting. It would be crazy if we could take our KR characters over to the west, that would be nuts. You know, if Forever is fully doable as a solo player. Forever is fully doable as a solo player? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Let's get on this main, baby. Wow, 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 wow. Why is the global release as well? It's outdated. Jugrim, I have a new monetization video that's going to be released this week. Just wait for that. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Give me the Odal energy. Okay, first thing is first. We go and grab some of this. Do we know if Brawler... No, it will not be out. I want to play Gladiator. You guys hear that? You hear the sparkles? The jingles? These hidden cubes will be very... The veterans playing this game will have a big advantage by getting a lot of these hidden cubes. They will have the advantage of getting these hidden cubes. Because we know exactly where they fucking spawn. You know what's crazy? Yo, can you not get the Radiant wings anymore? the heart wings from these fucking chests? Why am I not getting any? I just realized on this character I haven't gotten it. The radiant wings, yeah. Hidden cube. What the fuck, man? Dude, the amount of hidden cube. Dude, I got like 2 or 3 on my other character back in the day. What is happening here? There are 2 types of wings now from the cubes. Where the fuck are my wings? They're like 1% chance to get. Shit. Should be another one here, no? Behind there, and I think there's another one over there. Yo, how do you think the game is gonna go in global release after the changes? Following it since Lost Ark a lot through TL, a lot of those were either dead or arrival. Dead was either dead. Not sorry. A lot of those was either dead on arrival or potential WoW killer. Wait. Hold on. Sorry. Following you since a lot of those were. Sorry, I'm a little bit confused about the question. So two of the games. So by a lot of the games, you mean 2 of those games, right? Like just two games. And dead on arrival or WoW killer. Both of them were dead on arrival. Then I'm just a little bit confused as to what are you asking again? Sorry, can you rephrase that? I need mana stones, man. If you want to know what I think this game is going to be, I think this game, since you used Lost Ark and Throne and Liberty as examples, I think this game will lie somewhere between those two, but a lot closer, obviously, to Throne and Liberty. It's not going to be anywhere near 1.2, 1.4 million, million on Steam, and not even close. Definitely will be a fraction of that, but I think, yeah, I told my chat this earlier. I think the game will peak around, my guess is anywhere between 400 to 600. 700 I think is the home run scenario if they market the game a lot, but practically speaking somewhere between 400 to 600k on Steam. I think if they don't market the game, I mean, worst case, they for sure still do 100k. Worst case scenario with little to no marketing, I think they will still pull 100k. $1 to 2 million, I would say. Blue Day, I think they're referring to peak concurrent, not total players. There's no way they hit 1 million. No shot they hit 1 million. Concord 200 players? That's not gonna happen, man. I don't think even the haters are gonna tell you that's what'll happen. Krolon is executive producer. It's a terrible decision for NCSoft to hire him. And Arcade died it. Hey, you know that Krolon was one of the top dogs at AGS, right? A lot of people actually didn't know his involvement with AGS. Like, he was very much a part of Throne, FYI. Not close to Power World? Yeah, for sure not close to Power World. Now it all makes sense. Why does that? But I never got this bug. Why is that happening now? Why is that happening? I think AION2 at most will have 300k at launch. I don't think that's far from what it'll. That's not an outlandish guess, man. That is a pretty reasonable guess, I would say. I do think it's going to be higher though. If I had to choose one number, like 400, 300, 200, 100, 500, a million, whatever, like, you know, to the 100. If I had to choose a number and I had to bet money, I think my money would go. This would require marketing, but I have a feeling they're gonna actually market quite a bit. But if they market, I think my number would be. I think my number will be like 500. Either 4 or 5. I think it'll be 5. I think it'll be 5. I think they hit 5. Yeah, I think they hit 5 if they market. Yeah. Nightmare. Okay, shall we try this? Oh boy. NCSoft will never have the reach of compared to AGS. I agree. I agree, but this is but NCSoft does have money, and this is their biggest flagship game. They certainly marketed the shit out of this game in Korea. I can tell you that much. Being someone in Korea, they marketed the fuck out of this game for sure. So I am of the belief that they are going to put in some serious marketing money with the global launch. Also, keep in mind, the people that spearheaded Throne's launch for AGS are the same people that are spearheading the launch for NC, right? Okay, let's do this. Oh shit. We healed our 7. Walk. Perfect, dodge that. Get back to the front. Block. A little early with the block. Like that right there. Blocking a little early like that is a DPS loss if you really are trying to pump. Okay, boom. This little stat. I actually really like how they've done stagger. The stagger mech in this game. Out, out. Big damage window. Got my burst up. Boom. Oh! Oh fuck! You can't dodge through him there. No! Fuck! I forgot of the charge, dude. The charge just fucking. God damn it, motherfucker. So like as you can see with this combat, right? It's like yes, I am spamming a lot, but I'm still, there's still a lot that I do have to manage and track. Not like an incredible amount, but you always block early because of ping. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm gonna wait for my cooldowns to pop up. Also, I don't have fucking scrolls. Didn't TNL have more hype for global release than AION2 has for release? No. Yeah, Makiev. I remember talking to my chat and people in my chat saying, bro, what is AGS doing? They're so bad. They're not marketing their game 2 months prior. And I remember telling my chat, just wait for like, they're going to probably start hard pushing a couple of weeks before. That's what they always do with all their MMOs. And that's pretty much what happened from what I remember. It's too early. It's just too early to market their game. We have no idea how NCSoft's going to market their game. Okay, here we go. We're gonna start blocking. Fuck. Turn that. Oh my gosh. You gotta have that heal. Gonna block this. Block that. Block. Fuck. What? That was different. Gotta monitor my stamina. I'm just gonna get to the back here. Fuck it. This isn't a big DPS parse. Block that. No. Okay. All right. Cool. AION2 and TNL got Gauntlet at the same time. Yeah, pretty much it did. Yeah. Yeah, that's good advice. Hey. Yeah, that's actually pretty good advice. Okay. Oh, yes. Finally, I get to show you. Listen, for those of you who may be new tuning into my stream, I am the rank #1 Shugo Festival jumper. That's right. I am the best at this jumping puzzle in the world. My chat can attest. Guaranteed first place every goddamn time. Worst case scenario, second, maybe third. Lock in, baby. Credit card's not gonna help you here. Best content in the game. I lagged. There's nothing I can do about lag. Guys, there's nothing I can do about lag. No! I rubber banded! That's a rubber band! That's a rubber band. That's rubber band, man! That's rubber band, man! Right. That's right. That's tech right there. That's tech. That's tech right there. Here we go. Where'd I go? The tech. The tech. Wait, did I jump too early? No! No! How? I was second! It said second place! It said second place! That's bullshit! That's actual fucking... Oh! Oh! Ah! That's right, baby. That's right. I done told you I'm the best at this. I done told you I was the best at this game. Okay? Shugo Festival champion of 1,000 Truths. I told you this. I told you this, and you guys just didn't believe me. Fuck yes, I needed these. I needed those. I fucking needed those. I need to get... Fuck. What was I doing with my gear? I think we can just hold on to those for now. Let's just hold on to those for now. What is this? I've never seen this fight. Captain Ked. Who the fuck is this? What is Captain Ked? Captain Ked. Here we go. Say hola baba. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck! I just gotta block that. Okay. That's easy. That's easy. That's doable. That's doable. I'm not gonna even buff. I'm not gonna even buff because this guy's a goddamn joke. He doesn't deserve my buffs. Block that bitch. That's right. Block that bitch. Yeah, what you got on me? What you got on me, son? Ooh, what is this? Oh, hey. Oh! I've blocked for that. Hey, what are you doing? Got 2 block charges. How am I supposed to... We block that, baby! Okay. Pump. Block that. Easy peasy, boys. Easy peasy. Now, question. Guys, question is this. Is this boss harder than Tassin? Where are my AION2 vets at? Where are my AION2 vets at right now? Who is harder? Ascended Aetherian, Atheron, or Tyrant Tassin. Tyrant Tassin was kind of insane. Not gonna lie, this fucking fight is kind of insane. Yeah, most of you guys in the chat won't be able to clear this at level. Yeah, most of you guys won't be able to do it because you guys suck. I'm just kidding, but no, it will be a challenge. I think this is probably the hardest. This might be the hardest fight I've experienced in the game, actually. I haven't done Moose Spell, so I don't know. Mechanically speaking, I think this was definitely more difficult than Ludra and Corroded. Raid wise, I think Boss 2 in Corroded so far was the most difficult. I think Devouring Clawfly was the most difficult. Not even. No, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe Bargoat was more difficult. I don't know. But I think overall, I feel like this was the hardest fight. Are these solo bosses aids if you main healer? No, in this game, you deal a good bit of damage as healer and as tank. Obviously, it's going to take you longer because you don't pump as much, but I mean, some would argue, yeah, it kind of depends. Okay, I don't know. I've never done this boss. Let's check it out for the first time. Let's see if it's more difficult than Tassin. Ooh, look at this. Look at this motherfucker. Bro. This guy looks like he hasn't really slept. He looked like me, bro. Goddamn. Okay. Let's see what you got. All right. I was CC'd there. I wasn't just doing nothing there. I assure you, I wasn't doing nothing. I was actually CC'd. Okay. Okay. What does this do? What do those do? Oh, they just shoot out. Oh my gosh, it one shots when he jumps at. I want to see what those. I'm trying to see what those do. Okay, let's just pump. Oh! My gosh. Okay. Block. Okay, that thing is just... okay, so I could just block that, though. Oh my gosh. Out and then in. I think that... I need to see if this is actually dealing... Fuck, never mind. I can't see anymore. I wanted to see if that was dealing damage to me by sitting on top of it. Okay, here we go. Let me see. Let me see. No, that doesn't. Oh shit, looks like a mech. Oh my gosh. Holy. Hey, interesting. Man, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on with this fight. Jesus. Okay, okay. Okay, let's try to pump here and not eat everything. Oh, there's two. Oh, he plays them all. Okay, shit. I thought he played. Wait, are they different? I think they're different. I think they're different. Okay, here we go. Okay, they're all in the same spot. Okay, I guess I wasn't blocking. Okay. You can block the red attacks. Sometimes you can block them, sometimes you can't. Like, that was different. So, these are just different attacks. Oh my god. Fuck. I wasn't facing the goddamn... Yeah, damn it. I wasn't facing the thing. Okay. Dude, I'm CC'd. So I can actually block that red AoE from in there, is what you're saying. Okay, that's good comms. Ah! You can't block. Yeah, generally you can, but sometimes you can actually perfect dodge certain red abilities for whatever reason. So I thought maybe that there was an excuse there. Okay, we're gonna try this one more time and we'll come back to this. Block, oh. I think I blocked a little late. All right, it's okay, we'll come back to that. That's gonna be a challenge. That fight is definitely gonna be a challenge. I do like the nightmare bosses in this game. They're solid. They are fucking solid. Kind of curious. Wait a second. Nightmare. I want to see how difficult a stage 10 Tassin is. Let me see. Let me see how difficult a stage 10 Tassin is. Okay. Okay, so far it's the same. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, no, fuck. Why did I stop there? Oh, that was bad. It's okay. It's okay. Please do it twice. Yes. Good. Block that. Oh my gosh. Fuck, I was a little slow. It feels like the same fight. It seems pretty similar. Let's try it one more time. It seems like a similar fight. Just maybe tankier, does more damage. That's what it feels like, at least. Three, 4, 5, and then dodge. Dodge, 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 dodge. I'm late. Fuck. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Late with that again. Bring them cooldowns down. Block. Dodge. Dodge. Perfect dodge all around. Fuck. Get out of that. Oh, not enough. Ah, fuck you! I hate how he does that during that fucking mech. Oh, okay, okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. We're gaming again, we're gaming again. Oh, that one shots me, Jesus Christ. Oh, what build are you using? Chain Fist or Ascending Blow? Both. You can hit my Brawler build. Looks fun. It is. It's fun. It gets pretty insane later on. It gets pretty insane. I want to do it one more time though. Fuck, come on. I don't want to wait the minutes. Let's do some dungeons on my Templar. Yeah, if you go exclamation Brawler build, you can look at my stats right here. Character information. Here's what I'm running. I'm actually really close to getting my flurry up, which is going to be great. It's just my flurry right now is plus 19, so I've got some work I need to do for that. Okay, shoot. Dun, 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 dun. I feel like I can edit my HUD and use the... Yeah. Why is my sensitivity so low on this character? Dude, my sensitivity feels low here. Guys, do you know... Where the hell is the sensitivity setting? Here. 50 is default, right? Yeah, I think 50 is default. There you go, 40. Check with the Gooner. What do you mean? My main is a male character. What am I at? 390. Oh shit, I have 10 mil Kanon on this character. What? All right. Fuck, is there any way I could push this up without like fucking trolling my build? That's what I want to fucking know. Let me see. Let me look at the Arcana cards. This is so bad. Wait, maybe I can. Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh damn, I only have Frenzy. What is this? Oh, it's terrible. Frenzy. No Frenzy. No Frenzy. I'm so screwed. Jesus, this is so bad. This is so bad. At least this has Judgment +2. Let's take a look. Where is Judgment coming from? Judgment's coming from Parchments. Oh, it's +3 Judgment. Where's my Judgment? It's +5? Okay. And then Scales. I don't have Scales, so I'm actually just fucked with this. Oh, this is so off right now. Oh wait, punishment is +2. Wait, I was looking at no. Judgment is what we're looking at. Judgment is +3. I don't want to use any yellows because I need it for my, well, could I use yellows? I probably could. This is so bad. This is actually so bad. My gear is fucking all over the place. I actually have punishment on this. I'm not gonna get higher level stuff here, so maybe I just go ahead and re-roll this with the sync stones that I have just to get fucking judgment at least to 20. I have 120 fucking sync stones with that. Let's do this first. Fuck it. Let's do this first just because it's back attack omega low. What's up, AL? Nice booba, thank you. Wow. Wow. Jesus. Fuck. I don't want to reroll this. Do you have punishment there? No, wait, judgment. Yeah, judge. Oh, no, I don't have. Oh, nice. Good. I always, I don't know why I keep getting punishment and judgment mixed up. Okay, nice. We just do this. We do this. Yeah, we do this. Nice, and we roll this until we get judgment. Great. What did I get? Critical hit. We roll till we get judgments. And we got plenty of rolls. All bound shit. Like they huge, but not sticking out like fakes. Yeah, she's got natural boobs. She's just very big. Yeah, just very large chested. Jenny said her boobs look like testicles. And honestly, yeah, I kind of see it. New to the stream, what porno MMO is this? This is a game called Late Night Ion. Chesticles, yeah. Warning strike. I just came back. What the fuck? This is my alt character. This used to be my main. You like what you see, ZYBAK? Are you an Ion main? Are you now an Ion main? Wait, can I soul fuse? No. Surely I get this, right? Just a purely a thought experience. If they remove the currency exchange, what would be the other issues with the game? Good question. Repetitive endgame loop. The endgame loop is very repetitive. You just run dungeons and raids all day, over and over. Just like any other traditional theme park PvE MMO. The endgame loop, I think that's the biggest downside or deterrent. The other... Some issue, like if you don't like games that over-sexualize characters, that would be a problem for you too, because the skins in this game are very much, I mean, you can see like it gets pretty crazy. I mean, like, yeah. And yeah, it isn't over-sexualized from what I can see. Yeah. Some people would agree with you and some people would disagree with you. And the thing is, this costume, it's not just one outfit. There are many outfits that are like, wait. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot. You can actually adjust this top so this isn't being covered. Yeah, like that is very narrow. That like, let's just say that's very narrow. Like this too, look at that. Like you can, it's being hidden by the top. I can't show you. Yeah, listen, this game, look at that, man. Like, Jesus. Yeah. So this game is going to garner a lot. So the thing is, obviously Korean MMO that have pay to win elements, of course, there's going to be a lot of conversation and talk surrounding the monetization. But this game, it's going to garner a lot of attention with some of these outfits, man. If content creators kind of push these outfits and be like, yo, look at this shit, like on X and shit, it's going to garner a lot of attention. Because it's pretty controversial. Some of these outfits are pretty fucking crazy. Yeah. They're pretty crazy. They do be pretty crazy, man. Oh, wait! Wait, what did I do? No, it wasn't a skill. It didn't go to the bottom. Good. Fucking Defiance, man. Yo, Blue Day, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you, sir. Seems like, see, that's the thing, right? Yeah. These outfits, it's like if Twitch wants to go after it, I mean, it's not like Twitch. I mean, Twitch kind of allows it to a certain degree on their platform too, so. Shield Rush? Did I just roll the same fucking skill? Bro, just give me fucking judgment! Okay, vicious strike. I can't fucking. I don't know why I'm taking that. I need to change that. Fuck it. I'm not really pushing this character high anyway. I just need judgment. This is just a perma-parked alt for Dramata. So just give me 20 judgment at least. Debilitating smash, of course. Now we're gonna reroll attack. Would you ever consider cosplaying as your character? Would you like to see me cosplay as this character? Give me judgment, 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 judgment. Dude, imagine fishing for this. Oh, finally! Dude, imagine fishing for this with fucking heroic sink stones. God damn, man. Okay, finally. All right. Yeah, good. Okay. Threatening blow, good. This is going to... Oh, no wonder. I don't have... Wait. Okay, and then... Okay. I'm just gonna leave that as is. Edit UI. This is out of whack. All right. That's good enough. Dying Dramata. There really no fucking... How are Spear Masters right now? Spear Masters are solid, man. Honestly, play whatever class you want to play. Whatever's fun. They're constantly balancing classes nonstop. So, yeah, just play what you want to play. That's my best advice. No. Let's just join here. Fuck it. Hello, Jenny. Whole game gets alluded to just having oversized boobs. Whole game gets alluded to just... What do you mean, huh? What you mean, Jenny? What you mean, Jenny is hale? Do you even PvP in this game? Me? No, I don't PvP in this game. I did in the beginning, but no. I don't want to spend my resources PvEing in this game, or PvPing in this game, man. Don't want to spend my resources. We focus PvP here, or PvE. So you have to choose? No, you don't have to choose. But if you do PvP, just know that you'll never be able to really truly min-max PvE unless you're a whale. If you PvP too. Why is PvP bad? No, it's not bad. It's actually pretty fun. It's just it's side content in this game, man. It's not, the game's focus is more PvE. Does PvP prevent you from doing PvE? No, it doesn't prevent you from doing it. Like, what do you mean by that? You can for sure queue PvE if that's what you're asking. You can PvE whenever you want. While you PvP, sure. You still have enough time to do PvE then? Yeah. This game isn't as FOMO-y as Lost Ark. Like, you can save entries, right? A lot of the shit is weekly gated and whatnot. I forgot how to play this class. Oh my gosh. Dude, I forgot all my buttons here. Jesus Christ. I actually forgot all my buttons here. Oh, no. Okay, 4. Okay, that is my macro. No. I need to figure out what my macro thing was again. No. We're just doing this for Kina, boys. I need to change my abilities here. I don't remember where I set my macro abilities, like on my... Nice. I don't remember where I actually set it to. 4 was definitely my punch, and then this was set to 7, maybe? I don't know. Fuck. I don't remember. I don't remember. Get your static put together for NA release, Kanon? Yeah, yes and no. So honed, astral, myself, 3 DPS. Although I'm gonna play the tank role. Tank, probably glad. Jenny when she's on, so she'll rotate as a DPS for us. And then one more DPS slot to rotate with Jenny when she's not on. And we need a good chanter. We need a juice chanter. We were thinking maybe even Saiga. But I'm not sure. I gotta check. Yeah. That's what I'm playing. Yeah. We're looking for someone that's like gonna be pushing. You know what I'm saying? Let's intrude. What does Judgment do? It's the biggest DPS skill for Templar. Yes, I'm spending $1,600 day one. Be smart about it, man. It's not very smart to swipe early, dude. It's smart to sell early, but buying early is really, it's not, man. Like if you're a content creator and you're trying to push early for the purpose of content, that's one thing. But yeah, I would not. If you're just a regular gamer, I would not recommend swiping, man. Dude, you're gonna be paying like fucking. You're gonna be paying like 2K Kina. You're gonna be paying like 2K Kina for 10 mil. It'll be crazy, man. Spending to stay ahead first, then sell while I'm ahead. Oh, that principle doesn't work as well in this game, though, Panda. A lot of shit you get is bound in this game, brother. I mean, like obviously to a certain degree, sure, right? But just keep in mind. Figure where did I actually put this? Definitely wasn't on my 5. Definitely wasn't on my 7. Maybe it was on my 4. Maybe it is on my 5 actually. TNL is struggling right now. I'm scared to go heavy attack build because I have no clue whether defense are going to be. Sly, aren't you planning on playing Ion? Who gives a fuck? Just go something, right? Does it matter? Cleric Enchanter. Okay, so a TLDR difference between the two would be Cleric heals more Cleric heals more, but its offensive buff, so damage buff it provides to the party, is lower. And Enchanter heals less, but their offensive buff is stronger. That's like the core difference. Cleric Healer is really necessary on Dungeons Ion 2? No, it's not. Yeah. I agree with what Mr. Hay is saying. I do agree with that. I want to know where the fuck. Hold on, I need to see this. Oh yeah. Wait, so it's not on 5. It's on 4. Oh, I put it on 2. Oh, I put it on 2. Okay, let's do that. I want to keep it consistent, you know what I'm saying? The fuck? Okay, yeah, that's better. That's better. Now it looks right. Now it looks right. Yeah. This guy's already in the room is full. The guy's in the dungeon. But it's only me and the healer. So you guys are gonna go all DPS, one chanter. What we're gonna have one tank roll, one aggro, so it'll be either Templar or Gladiator. I'm honestly leaning towards Gladiator. So I'll be on Glad. I'll be on Glad. We'll have one chanter and then the rest DPS, and we'll have flex. I mean, we're not going to be playing. I'm not going to be playing with the exact same six in this exact same 6-man group. We'll have flex. You know, sometimes we might take. Sometimes we might take like a cleric over a DPS, stuff like that. That's not a big deal. Just. How come you're going Glad and not Templar? I want to be a little bit more selfish in DPS. The DPS diff right now is fucking massive, but yeah, Templar is really good. I'm not saying 100% I'm not going to play Templar, but I think Gladiator might be a little bit more fun for me. Also, I like the idea of doing more DPS there. Also, I am for sure attracted to the fact that Glad is fucking pumping right now, which may not be the case like for global, I know, but I'm just keeping it a buck. Keeping it a buck. Damn it. Okay, so guys, by the way, some perspective. I know a lot of people talk about like the battle passes and stuff. So what I'm doing right now, this nets me 1.2 million Kina, and depending on the market price, right now at our current market price, it costs around 20 to 25 million Kina to purchase the premium track to a battle pass. So. And the battle passes last for 3 months. So it's like, it's really easy to get. It'll be very easy to get the. It'll be really easy to get. Do we need to actually mech? I don't feel like we need to mech it though. It'll be very easy to get the actual battle pass with gold. How many days of grind? 2020. Well, here, what I'm doing right now, how long is this taking me to do this? This one run is giving me 1.2 mil. I mean, this is like what, like 5-minute runs? 5-10 minute runs? I don't even think it's. Now, obviously this is end game, right? So early game, we're going to be making less. But I mean, it'll eventually be like this. This is not even my main. This is just an alt. You can farm gold for the sub. Yeah, you can. You get bound and unbound Kina. One thing you could do on your the value that alts bring is gold value. So, oh, sorry, you said sub. I apologize. No, the sub is real money. Sorry, I was thinking battle pass. Yeah, because battle pass you do with Kina, right? Kina Kuda exchange. Yeah, sorry. Fuck. Yeah, yeah. No. Sorry, Fox Tay. My brain was thinking the sub. It's been a long stream. I should probably end pretty soon. Yeah. Yeah. The sub, you have to pay $15. Yeah. Yep. No. Okay. Can you gift me the sub? In Korea, you can. You just show me your QR code. I scan it on my end. I buy you the sub, but I don't. It's probably going to be different for global. Most of us are going to be. Guys, how many of you guys are going to be playing this game via the purple launcher versus Steam? I want to know how many of you guys are actually. Dun, 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 dun. Give me 1 sec, guys. Okay, guys. Bro, we like this game. Whatever's. Guys. I think it's time to wrap up. I need to take a little break. I'll probably hop on the main, my main character in the game. That is later on. Run some dungeons with Honed and Jenny. It's probably what I'm gonna do. Probably what I'm gonna do. This character started playing AION2 after shooting a porn movie. That's true. No, very true. Very true. All right. Here's what I'm gonna do, boys. I'm gonna send you guys over to Asalon. He's one of the regular streamers in the category. Okay, AION2 guy, very knowledgeable and experienced AION1 and AION2 Andy. So yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over there. Have fun, show him some love. All right, drop a follow if you'd like. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you guys are new to the stream, be sure to hit the follow button. It's completely free, believe it or not. Yeah, it is. Wait, a fucking ad just started to play. A rip. Wait, we gotta wait for this ad. I feel like I should wait for this ad. Yeah, let me wait for this ad and then I'll send you guys over. Fuck, my bad. Yeah. My bad. Yeah. All right. Oh, by the way, guys, so in 2 days, we've got Forever launch, expansion launch, I should say. That's going to happen in 2 days. I believe it's expansion launch. So we will be playing that. I do have a sponsor for it. I am sponsored, but I would have probably checked it out anyway because I liked Forever. So that'll be pretty cool. If you guys have played it, then, you know, come hang out with me during that segment. Tomorrow, boys and girls, I'm taking the day off. I need some time off. I need to relax. I need to catch up on some YouTube. Okay, so no stream tomorrow. I know you guys are gonna miss the fuck out of me, but you guys will manage. You guys will be okay without me. All right. What day is it today? It's Monday for me, Sunday for you guys. And I feel like this week we've got some stuff coming up. Yeah, I'll keep you guys posted. Also, one more thing, guys. Jenny and I, we are planning on we are trying to, I should say, finish up our MMO Gauntlet series. Okay, we're trying to finish up our MMO Gauntlet series. We have 5 games left, so I kind of want to knock that out before AION2 launches in like a month and a half, or in 2 months, I should say. 2 months. So yeah, if you guys missed the MMO Gauntlet series, definitely tune in for that. Okay. All right. Assalon.eu. Is that what it is? Was it Assalon.eu? Yes, it is. Perfect. Sick. Okay. Great. All right. We're sending over less people because of the ad, but it is what it is. Underscore. Yeah. Underscore. Yeah. I'm good. That's him. Right? That's him. Assalon_EU. Yeah. Bro, your prime time for watching at work. I know, but you're gonna have to make do with another streamer. If you guys are excited about AION2, support your content creators. The best way to get content creators to continue streaming your game is to simply show up to their streams. Assalon's a real one. Definitely will vouch for that guy. He's awesome. Hang out with him, show him my love, and I will see you guys in a couple of days. Okay, thanks so much for watching, everybody. You guys are the best. Day off tomorrow, Forever the day after, and MMO Gauntlet series continuing soon. And of course, we're going to continue to do AION2 regularly to and through the launch. Thanks for watching, boys. See you guys in a couple days. Peace. Why is it not letting me stop my fucking stream? What is this?